Alright, everybody, welcome back. It's Bare Bones Talk time here. And, as you can see, I have another clickbaity banner up there. We'll see what happens with this one. I figure just to see what the Republicans on Twitch will do, putting up a giant banner that says Trump sucks might just gather some reaction. So we'll see. In the ongoing market research to see what kind of giant banner brings people in raring to chat. So here we go. All right. So wow, a lot of stuff to talk about today. We have last night's debate. We have the backlash from last night's debate. We have the impeachment to talk about, and apparently a massive, massive change in Russia that amounts to the entire government of Russia resigning, leaving Putin the apparent dictator of the entire nation. Which I have just seen apparently is just making headlines now. I don't have all the details. I'm hoping it's not quite as bad as the rumors I have heard have made it out to be. So we will find out how it goes. All right. So let's take a look at the news stories of the night. The other thing we're going to do is we're going to take a look at some of the candidates tonight. I had a request to talk about Yang and Yang's UBI, or Universal Basic Income Plan, which he calls his freedom dividend, and explain what is good and, more to the point, bad about Yang's plan. So we'll be talking a little bit about that. Let's dive in here with the article about the impeachment. So House Democrats carried the formal articles of impeachment against President Donald Trump to the Senate late on Wednesday, setting the stage for only the third trial to remove a president in American history. Trump complained anew it was all a quote-unquote hoax, even as fresh details emerged about his efforts in Ukraine. So Trump is circling the drain as far as, any possible reason to think he's not guilty, but that doesn't mean he won't be acquitted by an entirely partisan Republican-controlled Senate, with Mitch McConnell as the majority leader. The ceremonial pomp and protocol by the lawmakers prosecuting the case against Trump moved the impeachment out of Speaker Nancy Pelosi's Democratic-run House to the Republican-majority Senate, where the president's team is mounting a defense aiming for a swift acquittal. That's very likely to be what happens because Mitch McConnell has already stated publicly something that should immediately make him get kicked out of the Senate, recalled from office, and thrown in jail, which is that he plans to basically run the entire trial as dictated by Trump's defense team, throwing away any image of impartiality or fairness that people had hoped for, and pretty much just admitting that he was giving the middle finger to the entire judicial process, and that he basically plans to acquit Trump even if he shows up for the trial in the middle of murdering a couple of parents and then beating their kid to death with his bare hands. He'll still acquit him. Today we will make history, Pelosi said. Hello, Mahana, welcome. Pelosi said as she signed the documents using multiple pens to hand out and mark the moment. The president will be held accountable, she said, which we can only hope, but there's not really any likelihood of that since the Senate is controlled by the Republicans and they've already committed to acquitting. Moments later, the prosecutors walked solemnly through the stately hall, filing into the Senate back row. As the clerk of the House announced the arrival, the House has passed House Resolution 798, a resolution appointing and authorizing managers of the impeachment trial of Donald John Trump, President of the United States, which is a formal way of saying, here comes the show trial, and we'll see what happens. The Senate will transform itself into an impeachment court at noon on Thursday. The Constitution calls for Chief Justice John Roberts to preside, administering the oath to senators who will serve as jurors and swear to deliver quote-unquote impartial justice, which means they're all going to lie on a fucking stack of Bibles that they're going to actually be fair and prepare to slap the living shit out of the Constitution, the American people, and any semblance of justice all in one giant fell swoop when they just ignore reality and acquit Trump. Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell pledged to have the Senate, quote, rise above the petty factionalism and, quote, factional fervor and serve the long-term best interests of our nation, which is basically him saying he's covering his ass for when he just acquits him without any concern. Technically, the House was simply notifying the Senate of its delivery of the articles, with a more formal presentation Thursday. Opening arguments are to begin next Tuesday after the Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. Earlier, the House voted almost entirely along party lines to deliver the charges. The split reflected the deeply divided nation at the start of this presidential election year. No big shock. The Democrats want to see President Trump held to account. The Republicans want to give him a skate on the whole thing. And since they have the majority in the Senate, that's what's going to happen. Don't hold your breath for justice or you'll turn blue and fucking pass out and end up face down on the floor like you just guzzled a whole bottle of NyQuil. Trump's political campaign dismissed the House effort as, quote, just a failed attempt to politically damage President Trump leading to his re-election. And of course they're going to say that. But they don't have to say anything really sincere because they know that they're completely safe because there's a majority Republican control of the Senate. The only way that I can see the Senate convicting Trump is if there's some kind of backroom power grab going on where Vice President Mike Pence is being set up to step into the presidency in lieu of Orange Man Bad. But other than that, there's really no way we're going to see a conviction. Blah, 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 blah. The top Republican in the House said Americans will look back on this, quote, sad saga that tried to remove the president from office with the weakest case. And again, this is just them spouting bullshit to cover up the fact that the case is not weak. Trump's actions have absolutely been treasonous, and he should be kicked out of office and imprisoned for life for what he has done. But, they've got to downplay it because once they, acquit him, it's not like they can say, yes, the case against him was perfect and he was completely guilty, but we acquitted him anyway. They have to downplay everything so they can acquit him without looking like assholes. The president's team expects acquittal, of course it does, with a Senate trial lasting no more than 2 weeks, according to senior administration officials, unauthorized to discuss the matter and granted anonymity. That's far shorter than the last one of Bill Clinton, or the first one of Andrew Johnson over 150 years ago. As McConnell set the rules for the trial, which of course he's going to set rules that make it easy to acquit him, Trump has given mixed messages about whether he prefers lengthy or swift proceeding, and the senators are under pressure with the emerging new evidence to call more witnesses for testimony. Let's see. Trump gravely abused the power of his office. He did all this for personal political gain. Of course he did. Let's see. Ahead of Wednesday's session, Schiff released new records from Lev Parnas, an associate of Trump lawyer Rudy Giuliani, about the Ukraine strategy, including an exchange with another man about surveilling later fired Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch. Basically, this is the woman who blew the whistle on Trump's malfeasance, with Ukraine, or one of them anyway. And what we're discovering here is that the Trump administration basically did the equivalent of a mafia hitman showing you a picture of yourself in your own bed to show them they can kill you anytime. They had her under surveillance. They have her under the threat of violence, and she's literally fled for her life. So they're a bunch of fucking thugs in the Trump administration, and they don't even care who knows it at this point because they now know they can do anything, and they're above the law. Schiff said the new evidence should bring more pressure on McConnell, who's reluctant to allow witnesses to testify and prefers a swift acquittal. Not prefers a swift, fair trial. No. Prefers a swift acquittal. He's already saying it's going to be an acquittal and he wants it fast. Oh, God. How is it that Republican voters can look at this and not realize how hard they're being punched in the gut by the Republican administration? Because, once they've gotten the Democrats out of the way and they need a new enemy, the only people they're going to have to turn on are going to be their own friggin' constituents. And when that happens, you dumbasses will have voted for the very people that are going to screw you. Ugh, the idiocy of it is bonkers. Only third one in U.S. history, we know. The manager is blah, blah, blah. Who cares? Yada, yada. McConnell faces competing interest from his party for more witnesses, from centrists who are siding with Democrats on the need to hear testimony, and conservatives mounting Trump's defense. Senate Republicans signaled they would reject the idea of simply voting to dismiss the articles of impeachment against Trump. As Trump himself has suggested, McConnell agreed he does not have the votes to do that. So the only reason they're not just dismissing the charges and not even bothering with a trial is because they don't have quite enough votes to just do that and fuck the American people out of any chance of justice. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. Romney said he wants to hear from John Bolton, a former national security advisor at the White House, who others have said raised alarms about the alternative foreign policy toward Ukraine being run by Giuliani. Those 4 senators could force votes. Republicans control the chamber 53 to 47 and are all but certain to acquit Trump. Of course they are. But it takes just 51 votes during the trial to approve rules or call witnesses. It would also take only 51 senators to vote to dismiss the charges against Trump. Senator Rand Paul of Kentucky and other Republicans want to subpoena Biden and his son Hunter, who served on the board of a gas company in Ukraine called Burisma while his father was vice president. McConnell prefers to model Trump's trial partly on the process used for Clinton's impeachment. It, too, contained motions for dismissal or calling new witnesses. And, of course, they want to do that because the Clinton trial had nothing to do with the severity of shit that the Trump trial does, so they're trying to emulate the rules used for an inconsequential charge of getting a consensual blowjob to mimic that instead of something more serious like abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. Nietzsche, welcome. Ugh, Warren, the audio of that post-debate exchange makes her look bad. If you can find me a link to the audio, that would be great. I have not heard the actual audio. I have just seen the video of Sanders, as you can see here, extending a hand in friendship and her snubbing him over it. Actually, let me change the window here so you guys can see the article that I'm reading right now. McConnell is hesitant to call new witnesses who would prolong the trial and put vulnerable senators who are up for election in 2020 in a bind with tough choices. At the same time, he wants to give those same senators ample room to show voters they are listening. So basically, they're using this as a way to try to, number one, acquit Trump, and number two, make their own senators look good. I still don't get that. In what trial does the jury run it? Get to decide whatever? Yeah. A Senate impeachment trial run by Mitch McConnell, who has the authority to and the political will to change the rules to completely fuck the whole process up. That's how that happens. All right, let's hear the audio from when they borked this. Here we go. Let's hear it.
The impeachment trial.
Oh my God! Enough ads already. We don't care.
To the minute breaking news and analysis. There's only
Is this top video the one that has the audio track you're talking about?
/impeachment.
With applause still ringing at the end of the Democratic debate in Iowa last night, the simmering feud between Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders suddenly boiled over.
See, look at this.
I think you called me a liar on national TV.
What?
I think you called me a liar on national TV.
Let's not do it right now. You want to have that discussion, we'll have that discussion. You called me, you told me. All right, let's not do it now.
I don't want to get in the middle of it. I just want to say hi, Bernie.
Yeah, good. Okay.
She walked away without a handshake after intentionally trying to de-escalate the fight earlier in the debate.
Bernie is my friend, and I am not here to try to fight with Bernie.
But Warren wanted to make a point.
That's bullshit. She torpedoed him before the debate and then played down like she was really not trying to torpedo him at the debate. That's just shit. That's a total piece of crap. Don't tell me that she tried to de-escalate. She tried to make herself not look like the villain that she was in that circumstance. That's garbage. Give me a fucking break. By the way, does anybody have a link to a clip of CNN screwing the pooch with that bit about asking Bernie, did you say this about women in the presidency? And he says no, and then they turn to Warren and say, when Sanders said this about the presidency, like they were obviously loading the questions. Let's see. Is that all? How do you say your name? I'm not sure how to say your name right. All politicians lie, but Warren is the worst. I would say Warren really did lie about what Bernie said. I mean, you can find video online, and again, if anybody can find a link to that, of Bernie actually saying on camera in the past that he thinks a woman would make a great president and that women could win the office and such. Plus, he's been one of Warren's biggest supporters, and to have her turn around and stab him in the back like that is just bonkers. I mean, it's just bonkers. So, yeah, I mean, Sanders tried to take the high road there, and he said, we'll have that discussion. Let's just not do it right here. I think he was trying to not have an explosive argument with her on camera where it would further undermine any likelihood of Democrat solidarity. Yeah, Nietzsche, if you can find that clip from the debate, that would be great. Well, I'm looking at this. Yeah, the sound was caught by CNN's microphones. People were so pissed about what CNN did to Bernie last night that they actually trended hashtags like CNN is trash and CNN is garbage overnight. It was really unbelievable just how angry people were. And what's interesting is if you take a look at what Google News was reporting compared to what CNN did after the debate, you can see the difference and slant of these two things. I have some images. Let me see if I can get them on screen for you here. Image, post-debate CNN. Whoops, not CCC, CNN. Okay. Okay, and let's find that image. Okay. So this is what CNN did. If you take a look, they have a picture here where Bernie is completely left out of the picture. Okay? Let's take a look at this. Bernie is completely left out of the picture at the top left. There are 3 articles you can see here where they're bashing him, and in the video clip, they have the giant play button literally blocking Bernie out of the whole entire picture. So this is what CNN did. Vistra, welcome. Welcome. So this is CNN's front page last night. I captured this right after the debate. And this is what they're doing. This is how they're treating Sanders. Okay? So let's get rid of that. And then let's look at Google News' page at the same time. Captured literally within 2 or 3 minutes of each other last night. Okay? So we have Sanders and Warren clash over disputed remark on women's electability. So that's at least neutral, right? It's not like Sanders says horrible thing. Then you have Sanders and Warren splitting up. That's a good thing, which is a piece where they're talking about them having an argument. And then you have Elizabeth Warren's smear of Bernie Sanders, calling it what it is, at CNN Democratic debate. So this was a much more even thing, so it doesn't show the same kind of bias that the CNN page did last night. Bernie has raised over $4 million in the last 48 hours from 200,000 people, 25,000 of which are first-time donors. Yeah, I'll tell you. Warren's strategy of trying to smear Sanders has colossally backfired. I mean, just, people are so pissed at her, they're donating in huge numbers to Sanders. We really need antitrust and stronger media laws in order to fix this bias. New York Times is generally neutral except for the editorials. We used to have a law about that in the United States called the Fairness Doctrine, which said that when you're talking about things like politics, that you have to present both sides with equal, vigor, and that you can't lie in a news broadcast or a newspaper, etc. And then, yes, it was. But here's the interesting thing. It was actually Fox that sued and brought a case all the way to the Supreme Court using a proxy to overturn that specifically so they could lie on TV. Okay? So they overturned the Fairness Doctrine, and now, we have Fox News that can just deliberately lie anytime it wants and absolutely does lie all the time. And you can look up how the Fairness Doctrine was destroyed, but it's just a horror show. Just a horror show. So, yep. Yikes and a half, people. Alright, so what else is going on? Blah, 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 blah. We already talked about the Senate trial. I'm tired of that. It's pissing me off. Pissing me off so bad. Hang on a second. Let me see if we can find CNN debate clip. Actually, Sanders Warren. We've got to be able to find this one clip. Okay, here we go. Let's see if this is the right one. Hold on. Pause. Come back. Turn up the volume. All right, let's see if we can hear this. Let me know if you guys can hear this.
Well, as a matter of fact, I didn't say it.
So this is his response when they're like, did you say this? And then they immediately turn to Warren and pretend that Sanders hadn't said anything and ask her about it as if it was a proven fact.
Well, as a matter of fact, I didn't say it. And I don't want to waste a whole lot of time on this because this is what Donald Trump and maybe some of the media want. Anybody knows me knows that it's incomprehensible that I would think that a woman could not be president of the United States.
So where's the rest of the clip?
I was really anxious to get your take in person.
Where's the rest of the clip? So, and here's what he said. So, Senator Sanders, I do want to be clear here. Philip followed up. You're saying that you never told Senator Warren that a woman could not win the election. That is correct, Sanders said. Philip then turned to Warren and said, Senator Warren, what did you think when Senator Sanders told you a woman could not win the election? Not, did Sanders say this? He just said when he said this, as if it was proven fact. And that's what got the whole CNN is trash thing trending on Twitter so hard last night. Vistro says, Reagan did so many terrible things which doomed the U.S. Yes, he definitely hurt the United States a lot. Especially by crippling unions by ordering the air traffic controller strike to come to an end. Their goal is to start a dispute between Sanders and Warren so Biden can gain. I agree, there's definitely some kind of back channel bullshit going on there. It's just a matter of figuring out what it is. But if that is actually what's happening, if the DNC is behind that, which wouldn't surprise me, it will only show they have learned absolutely nothing from 2016, and that by fucking the one candidate who has a real serious chance of crushing Trump in the election and fucking over the second most likely one, that all they're doing is handing 4 more years to Trump. Vistro, I agree with that. If we had never had a Reagan presidency, the United States would probably be much better off than it is. Let's see, what else we got today? Oh, I talked about this on Twitter earlier. Hang on a second, let's bring this up. Virginia on the brink of becoming 38th state to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment. Virginia on Wednesday moved to the brink of becoming the crucial 38th state to ratify the Equal Rights Amendment in what was seen as a momentous victory for the women's rights movement, even though it is far from certain that the measure will ever be added to the U.S. Constitution. The State House and Senate approved the proposed amendment with bipartisan support well over a generation after Congress sent the ERA to the states for ratification in 1972. So basically what we have here is 72, 82, 92, 02, 12, and then 7 more years. So almost 50 years late to the fucking party, these Confederate misogynist redneck assholes finally realize women are not second-class citizens. I mean, just crazy. Okay. Amendments to the Constitution must be ratified by 3/4 of the states, or 38. But whether this one will go on to become the 28th Amendment may have to be decided in court, because the deadline set by Congress for ratification ran out in 1982, and because 5 states that approved it in the 70s have since rescinded their support. Still, the twin votes carried symbolic weight and showed how much once solidly conservative Virginia, a place that defeated the ERA time and again, has changed. thankfully. But, you know, it's probably not going to become an amendment to the U.S. Constitution because all these assholes refused to ratify it back in the 70s because, you know, in their mind, fuck women, right? We really need to uncap the House. What do you mean uncap? The time limit is going to be used by the stacked SC to declare the ERA unconstitutional. Yeah, ain't that a bitch, though, right? Also, you cannot legally rescind your vote. Yeah, that doesn't seem to bother them at all, though. Why can I not click on this? Huh, it seems to be trying to pop up a... Huh, okay, let me see if I can just copy it. All right, here we go.
Senator Sanders, I do want to be clear here.
Oh my God, the friggin' ads. Jesus. Do I have to buy friggin' YouTube Red to get rid of the goddamn
You're
ads?
saying that you never told Senator Warren that a woman could not win the election.
That is correct.
Senator Warren, what did you think when Senator Sanders told you a woman could not win the election?
I disagreed. Bernie is my friend.
And by the way, if you look when she asks that question, right, you can see that there's a brief moment of an evil fucking smile on, like, just ghosting across her lips as she realizes the fix is in.
I do want to be clear here. You're saying that you never told Senator Warren that a woman could not win the election.
That is correct.
Senator Warren, what did you think when Senator Sanders told you a woman could not win the election?
You see it right there, the corners of her lips? She's trying so hard not to grin at how they just boned Sanders.
Senator Warren, what did you think when Senator Sanders told you a woman could not win the election?
You see it? The smile. She turns her whole head downward to avoid laughing
Senator
at how
Warren,
they just handed
what
her
did you
the
think
gotcha.
when Senator Sanders told you a woman could not win the election?
What a crank. Yeah, so we have a census coming up this year, and it may actually adjust the number of seats in Congress. I would love to see Sanders win in Iowa's caucuses and follow it up with a win in New Hampshire's primary, because that would signal the hangers-on that it's time to drop. Like, seriously, what the fuck was Tom Steyer doing on that stage last night? The guy's polling at basically nothing, and the only thing he has going for him is the fact that he's so goddamn rich that he can keep a campaign going even when there's no likelihood of him winning. We need a massive blue wave in 2020 so everything isn't going to be gerrymandered to hell. Agreed. We need a massive win in the House to keep a majority and maybe even get a supermajority in the House. And we need to flip 4 or more seats in the Senate. That would totally friggin' rock. And of course we need to win the presidency. Rich enough to buy massive ads. Yeah, I know, right? That's the thing. I'm so goddamn tired of billionaires buying their way into political relevance. Screw them. Screw them all. Down with billionaires, man. There's no justification for anybody being a billionaire. And in today's why the fuck don't we fix the gun problem in this country category, student fatally shot at Texas high school, suspect arrested. A 19-year-old student was shot to death Tuesday at a Texas high school, and a suspect was arrested hours later. So that guy must have been, or the student must have been held back a year or something. Granita Lathan, interim superintendent of the Houston Independent School District, confirmed the shooting victim at Belair High School had died. She gave no other information and took no questions. A suspect and another person police said was connected were arrested about 3.5 hours later on Tuesday night. There's no other information can be released because they were minors, blah, blah, blah. Classes have been canceled Wednesday, which is not a big shock. You know, you need kids to have a time to cope. Emergency crews were seen performing CPR as a student was carried on a stretcher to an ambulance. There were conflicting media reports about whether the shooting happened inside or outside the school. The school is in a suburb of Houston. suspect still at large until they caught him 3.5 hours later. Television footage from the school showed students gathered outside in police cars and an ambulance with lights blazing. Yeah, wow. Okay. So, yep, tell me all again how we need so many guns in this country. Tell me all about it. You smooth brain cranks. Oh, God. Blah, blah, blah. Here we go. Let's take a look at the Russia story, shall we? Putin engineers shakeup that could keep him in power longer. President Vladimir Putin engineered a surprise shakeup of Russia's leadership Wednesday, proposing changes to the constitution that could keep him in power well past the end of his term in 2024. Hours after he made the proposals, Prime Minister Dmitry Medvedev resigned and Putin named the little-known head of Russia's tax service to replace him, which means he put a fucking toady into the prime minister's slot. Putin kept his longtime ally Medvedev in the Kremlin's leadership structure by appointing him to the newly created post of deputy head of the Presidential Security Council, but the duties and influence of that position are unclear. The shakeup sent shockwaves through Russia's political elites, who were left pondering what Putin's intentions were and speculating about future cabinet appointments. Putin's proposed constitutional reforms, announced in a State of the Nation address, indicated he was working to carve out a new governing position for himself after his term ends, although the suggested changes don't immediately specify what path he will take to stay in charge. The 67-year-old former KGB operative, who has led Russia for more than 20 years, often keeps his intentions secret until the very last moment. Not a shock, since he was a KGB guy. Alexei Navalny, the most prominent Russian opposition leader, tweeted that Putin's speech clearly signaled his desire to continue calling the shots even after his presidential term ends. The only goal of Putin and his regime is to stay in charge for life, having the entire country as his personal asset and seizing its riches for himself and his friends, Navalny said. If I were Navalny right about now, I'd be hiring a shitload of security guys after making that statement. Independent analyst Masha Littman told the Associated Press, the goal is for the system to remain stable and for Putin to retain his grip on power and to remain what he has been throughout these 20 years, the most important politician in the country, the ultimate decision maker, the uncontested, unchallenged leader with no alternative. So yeah, he's basically dictator-in-chief and is trying to make sure he stays that way forever. The Kremlin said tax service chief Mikhail Mishustin was nominated to replace Medvedev, who had been prime minister for nearly 8 years. Approval by the Duma on Thursday is virtually certain. Mishustin has no political experience, indicating he will dutifully carry out the Kremlin's wishes as head of the cabinet, meaning he's another toady. He is credited with modernizing Russia's tax system. Mishustin is a splendid bureaucrat in the best sense of the word. I'm not sure that's a compliment no matter how you slice it, but okay. The move is the third time in the Putin era that major leadership changes have come suddenly from the top. Putin came to power in the first one, when he became acting president after Boris Yeltsin's surprise resignation on New Year's Eve 1999. In 2007, as his second term neared its end, he anointed Medvedev to succeed him. Medvedev then said Putin should be prime minister, moves that critics decried as an imposed job swap without input from the electorate. What a shock, you know? Medvedev was president 2008 to 12, but Putin as premier appeared to be effectively in charge. Under Medvedev, the constitution was amended to lengthen the president's term from 4 years to 6, although it limits the leader to 2 terms. In televised comments Wednesday, Medvedev said he needed to resign in light of Putin's proposed changes in government. Putin suggested amending the constitution again to allow lawmakers to name prime ministers and cabinet members. The president currently holds the authority to make those appointments. Okay. It will increase the role of parliament and parliamentary parties, powers and independence of the prime minister and all cabinet members, Putin told an audience of top officials and lawmakers. At the same time, he argued that Russia would not remain stable if it were governed under a parliamentary system, which is basically Putin's way of saying, I want us to look like we're governed in a fair and parliamentary system, but still be the one and only guy in charge. Yikes. So, yeah. Putin has been in power longer than any other Russian or Soviet leader since Stalin, who led from 1924 till he died in 1953. Under the current law, Putin must step down in 2024 after his term ends. Observers speculated that Putin might try to stay in charge by shifting into the prime minister's seat again, after increasing the powers of parliament and the cabinet and trimming presidential authority. No big shock there. He is clearly tailoring the position he's going to move into after his presidency to still be effectively dictator, just with a different title over his head. Political analyst Dmitry Oreshkin said Putin's speech made it clear he was pondering the move to premiership. Yep. Yeah, so basically he's going to make the premiership powerful while making the presidency basically irrelevant and a figurehead. Yeah, so, I mean, obviously Putin is essentially the Stalin of our age, and he's not given up his authority without a fight and will do whatever he has to keep it, which in the past has meant some pretty dirty tricks and a lot of rumors of violence, murder, sending people to the gulags, all that kind of stuff. So don't be surprised if more stuff is forthcoming in the next few days or weeks about what is going on with Putin and Russia. Let's see. What else we got? Texas teen mistakenly killed friend in school. So this is the same article where they misaged the kid and said he was 16 instead of 19. The two were in a room with 4 other students but no adult when the first one took a semi-automatic pistol out of his waistband and pulled the trigger, killing 19-year-old Cesar Cortez. The shooter fled the scene and was arrested later. He was charged as a minor with manslaughter. The shooting does not appear to have been intentional. She said the students were part of the school's ROTC program and that there's no indication they'd been fighting before the shooting. So even the group of people who's supposed to be future military and are undergoing training are not, safely able to be trusted with guns. Jesus Christ. Bartlett said the shooter confessed to other students but has not admitted guilt to the police nor helped their investigation. Authorities are still looking for the gun, which Bartlett said the student brought from home. It was not school property nor issued by the ROTC. He's a regular kid who's now a violent offender. Whether he meant to be violent or not, he killed somebody. Duh, of course. And that somebody was a son and a student and a friend, and that's our community's collective loss. Yeah, but sure, because he's a minor, let's not call it a murder. Yeah, it's crazy. Getting tired of people getting killed. What a shock. Texas executes a dude. Okay. What else we got from the Associated Press? Representative Annie Custer has given her endorsement to Buttigieg, who actually spoke very well last night during the debate. He came across as very polished in his presentation of himself and his, stance on issues. So I think Buttigieg is actually going to move up in the polls over the next week or so. We'll see what happens. A lot of it's going to depend on the fallout of the Sanders-Warren thing with the Biden reaping the rewards of that. But then we'll see how other candidates fare. Oh, God. Okay. What else? Stephen King criticized for comments on diversity. All right, who gives a shit? So this was interesting and a little creepy. Aviation experts puzzled after airliner dumps fuel over city. Seemed rehearsed, uninspiring. Yeah, well, these candidates all have handlers and staff who help them prepare their remarks. So he was probably thoroughly coached ahead of time and ran through his comments again and again until he could deliver it. So I'm sure it was very, very rehearsed. Some aviation experts said Wednesday they were puzzled after the crew of a commercial airliner decided to dump fuel at low altitude during an emergency landing, causing a vapor to fall on schoolyards and neighborhoods east of Los Angeles Airport. No one's going to dump fuel where these guys did it over populated areas and schools. It's a pretty outrageous thing, said Ross Amer, CEO of Aero Consulting Experts and a retired United Airlines pilot. They should have gone over the ocean or landed heavyweight, meaning, with more fuel than they expected. Delta Airlines said Flight 89 to Shanghai had an engine problem after takeoff Tuesday and needed to quickly return. The Boeing 777-200 landed safely after circling back over Los Angeles while dumping fuel to reach a safe landing weight, the airline said in a statement. Los Angeles County firefighters were called to schools where nearly 60 children and adults were examined for minor skin and lung irritations. Because let me tell you, jet fuel is nothing to screw around with. It's caustic, it's toxic, it's flammable. You really do not want that stuff on your skin. And you certainly don't want to breathe in the gas from it. Fire Inspector Sky Cornell. What a name for a guy that's investigating something about airplanes. Sky Cornell also said monitoring showed the vapor wasn't flammable. Well, at least the vapor wasn't flammable after the liquid landed, so that's good. When a plane is forced to turn back after takeoff, the weight of a full load of fuel carries a risk of damaging the jet during landing. That can be costly for airlines to fix, and even if there isn't damage, airlines try to avoid overweight landings because they're required to inspect planes, which puts them out of service. When turning back with a full fuel load, pilots have three choices, according to Jim Cox, a safety consultant and former airline pilot: burn the fuel, which can take hours, dump it, or land overweight. In case of a fire, pilots will dump as much fuel as they can and land. A less dangerous situation tends to lead to using up or dumping fuel. According to recorded radio communications, air traffic control asked the Delta crew if they wanted to return to LAX immediately or linger over the ocean to hold and burn fuel. We're going to go ahead. We've got it back under control. We're not critical, came the flight crew. Okay, so you don't need hold or dumping fuel or anything like that, the controller asked. Negative. But the plane did dump fuel as it headed back. The Delta crew reported a compressor stall in the engine, but they got the engine back under control. They were not in immediate threat condition, and they started out over water. Why they continued to dump fuel at low altitude when they weren't in a fuel dumping area and didn't advise air traffic control they were dumping fuel, those are questions this crew is going to have to answer. So, yeah, that's gross and horrible. And it's not surprising the FAA wants fuel only dumped over designated unpopulated areas. Yikes. Be glad you don't live in that neighborhood near Los Angeles International Airport. Wow. I'm trying to find I'm trying to find something about the big pro-gun rally that's supposed to happen in Virginia. A lot of sports stuff. Really? Don't tell me they don't have anything about it. Alright, time to move to search. Let's add a new thing here. So this is something that's very redneck. Virginia declares state of emergency after armed militias threatened to storm the Capitol. The governor said law enforcement had intercepted, quote, extremist rhetoric similar to the lead up to Charlottesville days before pro-gun activists are holding a rally. In response to what he called credible intelligence of threats of violence at an upcoming gun rights rally in Richmond, Virginia, Governor Ralph Northam has declared a state of emergency and will temporarily ban individuals from carrying firearms on Capitol grounds. The governor said at a press conference Wednesday that authorities believe, quote, armed militia groups plan to storm the Capitol, unquote, during the January 20 rally. He also said that law enforcement had intercepted threats and extremist rhetoric similar to what was observed prior to the violent Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville in August 2017. We will not allow that mayhem and violence to happen here, he said. So this is very important because there are supposedly going to be thousands of people showing up carrying weapons at the Capitol of Virginia at this rally. And what I have tried to tell people is all it's going to take is one of those guys getting shit-faced before the rally and feeling his oats and whipping out his gun and firing a shot, and it will turn into a fucking bloodbath. And I got news for you. If they storm the Capitol building, that's the kind of thing that gets responded to by the National Guard and the Army. And you will see a shitload of dead rednecks with their guns. And, you know, who knows how many dead bystanders and, you know, people unfortunate enough to be in the area at the time. So we all have to cross our fingers that these people are smart enough not to, you know, light a powder keg here when they hold that rally. It's bonkers to think that's a good idea. And they're doing it in response to Virginia implementing some stricter gun control laws recently. And they're trying to say that they need to establish Second Amendment sanctuary cities in Virginia where they simply will not obey the new laws. And my response to that is gun rights advocates are always bitching and whining and complaining that, law-abiding gun owners are not the problem. Well, I got news for you. If the law says X in your state and you ignore it, you are no longer a law-abiding gun owner. You're a fucking criminal. Okay? You don't get to wave that flag anymore if you deliberately say, I don't give a shit what the law says. I only care about my guns. Okay? Then you become a criminal, and if you break the law, you should be arrested and charged and jailed, just like any other felon with a gun. You know? Like, this is not rocket science. If you want to be able to say that you're the good guys, that you are law-abiding citizens, the onus is on you to, and I know this is hard for you to grasp, obey the fucking law. You know, like, come on. All right, the decision to ban all weapons, including firearms, won't sit well with the thousands of gun lovers who are expected to descend on Richmond to participate in what was called an open carry affair and an opportunity to flex Second Amendment rights. No weapons will be allowed on Capitol grounds, said Northam, a Democrat. Everything from sticks and bats to chains and projectiles. The list also includes firearms. It makes no sense to ban every other weapon, but allow firearms when intelligence shows that armed militia groups plan to storm the Capitol. And if they believe that, you can expect the National Guard to be there ready to defend the Capitol. You know, along with a metric shit ton of cops. So these armed militias may find themselves in a shootout with legal law enforcement agencies and people in uniform. On the Facebook page for the rally, several attendees are already saying they won't comply, even though Richmond Mayor LeVar Stoney has vowed a hard line on rule breakers. Violations of the law will not be tolerated, he said. The January 20 event, dubbed Lobby Day, was organized by the Virginia Citizens Defense League, a pro-Second Amendment nonprofit, in response to new gun control legislation introduced by the Democratic state legislature. Northam acknowledged that the organizers have been planning the rally for some time. I believe them when they say this is a peaceful event. That's what democracy is, said Northam. Unfortunately, they have unleashed something much larger, something they may not be able to control. And again, we're talking about Southerners here. We're talking about gun rights activists. There are going to be people drinking before that rally. There will probably be people drinking during that rally. And it'll only take one person who's been a little tipsy and whose judgment is impaired, pulling that gun and firing a shot in the air to turn the whole thing into a slaughterhouse. Upwards of 5,000 people said on the Facebook page they plan to attend. Event organizers have warned the state that as many as 100,000 could show up. A website for the rally shows that at least 60 buses are scheduled to transport attendees into Richmond on Monday, and there's word that carpools are being organized. What's more, armed militia groups are also planning to attend, and some have even described the event as a boogaloo, a term that the far right uses to describe a second civil war. Yeah, isn't this bonkers, Vistro? A couple of years ago, I personally, not unintentionally actually, because I didn't realize the implications of it at the time, but I personally derailed an event like that here in my home state of New Hampshire. There was a pro-gun group here that wanted to have an open carry rally at the state capitol in Concord, New Hampshire, and that would have, been, again, armed groups descending on the Capitol. That sounds a lot like insurrection, okay? And I didn't want to see anybody get killed, and I also wanted to prove these people were friggin' hypocrites. So, yeah, right? What I did was I created a fake Facebook page with a name and a picture that looked vaguely Middle Eastern, and I joined their Facebook group for this rally, and I went to the rally page for the New Hampshire one, and I said, hey, I think this is a great idea. I'm a big fan of the Second Amendment. I love my guns. I like open carry. Everybody from my mosque wants to attend. When is it? And they suddenly canceled the event in New Hampshire because, these guys really don't want the, like Muslims with guns. They only think guns should be for white Christian people, apparently. Vistragotha, can you get a link to information about the Wilmington insurrection? Pay attention to what's happening Monday, I guess, yeah. Why does Trump suck? Nitrous Cutter, welcome. Well, first, I'm not a big fan of Trump, so I do, in fact, think he sucks, and I will be happy to describe for you the many, many reasons why I feel that way. But keep in mind, as I tell people when they show up here, the giant banners at the top of the screen are kind of a marketing research tool. I'm trying to see whether people pay attention to stream titles or to giant words in the thumbnail. So I know how to promote the topics that I'm going to be talking about. And so far, it's basically like giant title on screen, many stream title 0. So it's interesting to hear when people come in that they immediately talk about the giant text on the screen, because that tells me that when I get done, testing this theory, that whatever I want to be focused on for the night, I should promote by putting giant text on the screen rather than just leaving it in the stream title below the thumbnail. So thank you for actually helping understand, me reaffirm that position. So why do I think Trump sucks? So I grew up in the greater New York area, and I was born in 1971, so I've been around where Trump has been for most of my life. And he is a person who gets into the news a lot because he does things that get him into the news. And most of the things that have gotten him into the news during my lifetime have been really horrifically shitty things that he has done. So back when I was much younger, and he was just starting out in real estate, the first major splash he made in the greater New York area media was denying black people the ability to rent properties, that were in his portfolio. So if he owned an apartment building and a person who wasn't white wanted to rent one of the units in that building, he would turn them down because they're black. So he's been doing racist shit like that for his whole life. So that's reason number one that Trump sucks. He's a racist asshole. Thank you for the link, Vistro. Secondly, he's a horribly adulterous scumbag. Every marriage he's had, he's been sleeping around with somebody else while he's still married. And when you hear Republicans say, oh, Clinton deserved to be impeached for a consensual blowjob, and then you compare that to what somebody like Trump does, it kind of gets obvious that Republicans who hate Clinton for that but don't equally hate Trump for his established decades of infidelity are kind of talking out their ass. So Trump is not able to commit to any of the women he's married. He constantly whined about what he called chain immigration, but if you look at how his current wife and family got here, they used exactly the same process that he decries whenever he yells about chain immigration. So he's a hypocrite on top of that. He also is somebody who has shown distinct pedophiliac behavior. When he was in charge of a beauty pageant, when he owned it, he would routinely go into the teenage girls' changing room to ogle them while they were undressed, which is well documented. You can look that up as well. You know, that was one of his things. So he was basically abusing the fact that he owned the place to walk in and scope out naked underage girls. So he's a scumbag for that reason as well. He's dishonest. You can look at fact-checking for the entire time he's been in the presidency, and there are some sources you can find that can point to literally thousands of lies the guy has told, so he's dishonest as a leader of the United States, and that's not a good thing. Nitrous says, okay, I hear you. I would agree Trump used to be sort of a crud businessman. He not used to be, he still is a crud businessman. He hasn't done anything to change how well he operates as a businessman. In his past, do you agree he definitely, it's an established fact that he cheated on his first wife with his second wife, and he cheated on his second wife with his third wife. This stuff is not in question, it's known fact. And possibly sniffed coke in the past, yes. However, his job during his presidency has been stellar to me. I actually didn't like him at the start for your reasoning. Let's talk about what you like about President Trump, because this is something that's always a surprise thing for me, but interesting to hear about, is what it is that Republicans who support Trump feel he has done that has been helpful to the country. So, you know, I'm always interested in that. And one of the scary thing for me is a lot of the things that people in your position have said when they've come to the stream have been simply incorrect, or they have misunderstood that something he has done has been beneficial when it's actually harmful. I have yet to hear any supporter of Trump present something that justifies calling him a great president, or, as you used, a stellar president. There was a fellow who showed up here a couple of shows ago who described Trump as the best president in his lifetime and went into a list of reasons that had no connection to reality whatsoever. It was actually staggering how disconnected from reality that guy's views were. So if you have examples of things Trump has done that qualify him as what you called a stellar president, I am very curious to hear what they are, because I can't think of a single thing that he has done that I regard as, you know, making him a stellar president. So I'm going to give you the floor here for a minute and let you type out what you think is, you know, his curriculum vitae, so to speak, his list of accomplishments that make him a stellar president. And then we can discuss them. If you have something that holds water, I'll be actually pleasantly surprised to hear it, because I wouldn't mind having something to let me feel a little less negative. You know, that would be a nice change to see. Nietzsche says, LOL. Vistro says, Trump is obscenely corrupt. I happen to agree with that, but I want to see what Nitrous has to say, because I'm trying to give him the opportunity to make a good case here. I don't want to just, you know, be dismissive, because he may have something new to present that I haven't thought about, and I want to be open-minded and give people a chance to present their cases. But while he's typing, I'm hoping he's still typing. I'm not even sure you're a he. Nitrous, are you? What's your gender? I want to make sure I'm addressing you correctly. But I'm hoping you're still typing, because I would like to hear your opinions on this stuff. So, yeah, let us know how we should correctly address you. And in the meantime, let's take a look at the Wilmington link you presented from Vistro. I'm a guy just trying to validate this link. Yes, please do not provide any links that will bring me to something that is not terms of service safe. I have had people show up trying to drop links to things where there's like lots of the N-word and such. So don't be that guy, because that will be met with a swift and immediate silencing. With race riots, serious incident of racial violence in history of North Carolina, revolution, race war, coup d'etat. African newspaper, response to appeal for the lynching of black rapists. White women are not anymore particular in the matter of class means called men, called women. Wow, can you imagine having the guts to say that in 1897? I just want to look at this for a second. In 1897, the guy wrote that white women are not any more particular in the matter of clandestine meetings with colored men than are the white men with colored women. He basically said, yeah, white people like sleeping with black people, and it doesn't matter what gender they are, they're still doing it. That is the kind of thing that took a lot of guts to say in 1897, let me tell you. Wow. White bands roam the city hunting down fugitive indiscriminately shooting into neighborhood. Wow. Wow. People fled to the forest outside of town. God, he used guns to demand and receive the resignation of the entire city board of aldermen. Holy shit. Can you even imagine? That's pretty messed up. All right. WhiteHouse.gov, Trump administration accomplishments. Okay. I think I'm going to use kind of a goofy term here, but I hope you can understand that using the White House as a source to talk about the accomplishments of the White House is basically kind of a fox and hen house situation there. That article, whatever it is, if it's from the White House, is going to be nothing but ball washing of the president. But let's take a look. Okay. So 4 million jobs created. More Americans now employed, so he's still talking about job creation. Still talking about job creation. Still talking about job creation. Okay. So let's talk about job creation. Let's ask ourselves, is that actually an accomplishment? Because this is something that other people have presented, not realizing that this is not actually an accomplishment at all. And the reason for it is just looking at the job or unemployment figures is not an accurate way of measuring whether the country is better off. And the reason for that is it leaves out what the jobs are and what the value of them is, okay? The overwhelming majority of jobs created during the Trump administration have been menial minimum wage type jobs, which are not helpful, okay? So when you look at that and when you look at the income inequality problem here in the United States, simply creating jobs is not actually an accomplishment. Since we were just looking at something about, the 1800s, you have to keep in mind, technically, a plantation slave owner created jobs. They were just ones the employees couldn't walk away from no matter what, and could be beaten or killed for talking back. But they created jobs, plenty of them. A lot of African Americans were out there working hard, during the slave era in the United States. And they had jobs. So just creating jobs is not in and of itself an accomplishment. Creating good jobs is an accomplishment. Also, by the way, none of these are cited, or like so far as I'm seeing on this page, have actual citations proving them. And again, my God, he really hits on the job, unemployment. Median income household has hit the highest level ever recorded. False, because his figures have not taken into account, the effect of time value of money, which means that even though the dollar numbers may be higher in some cases than they have been in the past, there's this thing called real dollar value that takes into account the effects of things like inflation, and we are absolutely not in the highest income period in the U.S. history. The highest income period in U.S. history was from the end of World War II till the Reagan era in 1979. That was the strongest economy the United States has ever had, and where people made the most that they ever did in terms of real dollar value. Because you have to keep in mind that, like in 1950 or 1960, an individual man working a laborer's job could own a home and support a family of 5. Okay? That is not going to happen today. Okay? So you need to keep in mind that these claims are meant to be flattering to the president. They are not meant to be accurate. Okay? Yeah, Nitrous, it's important to go over this kind of stuff. Because there may well be things Trump has done, but when he kind of toots his own horn about things that are not factually accurate, it's not really useful to consider them accomplishments. Hand, that is absolutely not true. Under the Trump administration, just the tax changes he has made have vastly increased the wealth of the upper classes, while doing virtually nothing for the working class. Moist Master says Nitrocutter and he even have a slower unemployment reduction rate than Obama. I'm not here to compare the current president to Barack Obama. They both had very different administrations. What we're looking at right now is whether or not Trump has made the contributions that Nitrous said make him a stellar president. So we're just kind of going over some of the stuff that Nitrous, pointed to, which is, again, on the whitehouse.gov site. So you have to take it with a grain of salt because it's their own PR people that write this. Nitrous says, I think all politicians toot horns about bullcrap. The party doesn't matter with that one. I would have to agree with you on that. I think politicians have to create for themselves an image that the public likes in order to get elected, and that there is a lot of truth bending that goes on across the political spectrum in order to do that. Hang on a second. There's a video. I wish I knew what the title was. There's a great comedy video about this. Where is that video? Where is that video? Oh my God! That's okay. That's the video I'm looking for. I got to see if I can find this one video. It's brilliant. Is that it? I think this might be it. Let's see. This basically encapsulates what politicians are like, okay, and what political campaigning is like in the United States. So if we can hear this...
Hi, I'm Gil Fulbright. The people that run my campaign, they've made this commercial, and I'm in it. This campaign, it's not about me. It's about crafting a version of me that'll appeal to you. A version that visits random work sites with paid actors pointing at things. A version of me that doesn't find old people loathsome or pointless. Has a conventionally attractive yet curiously still family. Listening to my constituents, legislating, these are things I don't do. What I do is spend about 70% of my time raising funds for re-election. I'd do anything to stay in office. My name's Gil Fulbright, but hell, I'll change my name to Phil Goldbright or Bill Fulbright or fill up my mouth with farts. These are the things that are important to me. And these are the fine people that finance my campaign. Now, in order to do these things, I have to stay in office. And to stay in office, I have to keep these guys happy. Now, if any of these things make these guys unhappy, well, my hands are tied. So come November, the choice is clear. Do you want another spineless mouthpiece for special interest and lobbyists? Or a spineless mouthpiece for special interest and lobbyists? I'm Fill Up My Mouth with Farts, and I approve this message.
Oh, God, I love that video. That is one of my all-time favorites right there. You know, it's nonpartisan. It just, like, pokes fun at the whole political process. Oh, man. Okay, so going back to the Trump page here. So, yeah, he harps on unemployment all over the place. And, again, if the jobs that these people are getting are not worthy jobs, then, you know, it's useless to cite statistics about it. Yeah, he says 3.9 million Americans have been lifted off food stamps, but what's actually happened is the Republican Party has cut benefits, so these people were kicked off of their benefits. They were not lifted out of anything. So I'm really not, 95% of U.S. manufacturers are optimistic about the future. Exactly how do you think he could possibly know that? You know? Retail sales surged last month. Last month was December, man. December is like the Christmas shopping season. Of course, retail sales surged last month. Wouldn't matter who the president is. So, record number of regulations eliminated. Again, not useful if those regulations were protecting the American public. So, yeah, I'm not really seeing much here that's all that great. Secured $6 billion in new funding to fight the opioid epidemic. That is categorically false. Withdrew the United States from the job-killing Paris Climate Accord. Okay, we're going to harp on that a bit because that's one of the things the guy was telling you about earlier was talking about. Let me scroll up and make sure that I've not missed too much in chat. The rich make more now, get a bigger slice. That's true. You can call me Nitro. I'm trying to get your name right, though. We'll just make sure we get that up for later, but we'll stick with this page for now. The political cast, Nitrous says, I personally don't like how Trump spotlights himself all the time, as well as tweets a lot. I like his hard work ethic, but not some things of his past. But yeah, my list is pretty much it. The wall, I simply didn't believe he would do, and he already did 100 miles of it. Okay, well, let's talk about this one thing for a second. The Paris Climate Accord. First, there's no reason to think the Paris Climate Accord was job killing, okay? The fact of the matter is that the Paris Climate Accord specified the United States and all the other member countries in it would have to do things like embrace renewable energy. And what you have to keep in mind is massive government construction programs tend to be giant job creators. In point of fact, and I don't know how old everybody else is here, but I'm just about 49 years old. I'm going to be 49 in just a couple months. And you have to keep in mind that if you're my age or younger, you have never known a United States without interstate highways, okay? But that only happened after World War II. That's the single largest federally funded construction project in the history of the United States. Okay, Dioc is actually posting troll shit, so goodbye, Dioc, the minute you... Yeah, so we're not doing that. And the interstate highway system happened in the wake of World War II. It employed an insane number of people, and it vastly improved the infrastructure of the country. Embracing renewable energy would actually create jobs by generating massive input into the renewable sector. You would have to have people manufacturing solar panels, manufacturing wind turbines, I guess is the term for them, installing them, building them, truckers transporting the parts all over the country, laying of new cable, laying of new railroads. Like, there is no way that being ready to embrace renewables and having a national mandate for it, the way we did for the Interstate Highway Program, would fail to create a massive number of new jobs. So, you can't really say that pulling out of the climate accords was a good thing. But let's go back to the stuff you were talking about. You said one of them was the wall, and was the other one the Paris Climate Accords? I'm trying to look. However, these things are personally encouraged. Oh, that's where is it? Okay, guy trying to validate this link. No, I'm going to validate the list on it. Here's a list of other things personally. The main ones: withdrawal from Iran deal on the wall. Okay. So, withdrawing from the Iran deal, I'm not sure what you think was good about that, so let me know what you believe was positive about that, because that deal was a multinational agreement that kept Iran from getting its hands on nuclear weapons. I'm not sure what's bad about that, because it seems to me that keeping a nation that's known for masterminding terrorist attacks from getting its hands on nukes is a very worthy goal. You know, I'm not sure what you object to about that. So let's do that one, and then we'll see where that goes. The New Deal was probably the biggest national program of projects. That's true. It definitely, but its main benefits were legislative rather than constructive. The Iran deal wasn't perfect, but it was as good as we could possibly get. It was as good as could be had at the time, I agree. The deal let Iran create nuclear weapons under government surveillance. It did not. It absolutely prohibited Iran from doing any nuclear enrichment that would result in nuclear weapons-grade radioactive materials. Anyone who has told you differently has given you incorrect information. It would allow Iran to build nuclear power plants, but not of the type that produce fissile material for weapons, and not the type that include the centrifuges necessary for their creation. That was all part of the Iran deal. So the stuff you're talking about there is simply not accurate about what the Iran deal said. Yes, Vistro is correct. Iran was not permitted in that deal to make nuclear weapons, nor to purchase them or acquire them in any way whatsoever. There was another half of that, by the way, while you're typing, that I hear from a lot of conservative types who say that the part of that deal where Iran got X amount of money was something they objected to, and that's another problematic thing that we can talk about if that's an aspect of it you found unpalatable. But when Trump talks about the breaking of the Iran deal being that Obama, quote, gave Iran all this money, unquote, that's not true, because the money was already Iranian. It was Iranian assets that the United States had frozen globally so they couldn't access it. The Iran deal only allowed them to get back their money. So it didn't actually give them any American money. The only reason that Trump phrases it that way, well, two reasons. Number one, it makes the Iran deal look bad artificially. And number two, you have to keep in mind that as long as those assets were frozen inside the United States, Trump looked at them as an American asset, which they are not. They were somebody else's property that Trump simply thought he could use at will. So yeah, no, the Iran deal did not allow the Iranian government to create nuclear weapons. And the other half of that Trump says when he tries to raise objections is simply false. You know, Obama did not, quote, give them money. Oh, man. I'm glad I switched to decaf, by the way, because I still have some coffee from earlier, and if I were drinking regular high-caffeine coffee at this time of night, I'd never get to frickin' sleep tonight. Yeah, again, the money that Iran got out of that deal, you said $150 billion, is specifically the assets they had frozen previously that were being returned to their control. So it was not like American taxpayer dollars. And again, if you're doing research on it, the one recommendation that I would make is that you look at neutral sources, not right-wing blogs or whatever about it. Vistro, I know that a lot of conservatives say Obama bad, but I'm crediting Nitrous here because he has not gone off on any kind of a rant about Obama sucking or anything like that, so let's not lump him in with that kind of statement unless he actually starts in on that kind of a rant, because he's been very civil so far, and I would like to continue to keep the conversation on that footing with him if we can, because if things just degenerate to a shouting match and throwing insults and everything, then, you know, no discourse happens, and the whole show goes down the toilet into being, you know, a screaming match. I'm saying, you know, I've been very grateful that a lot of people who have shown up to see the show have actually been very reasonable. You know, both from the left and the right. And that's always a good thing. You know, I like having this kind of discourse. It gives people the opportunity to share information with each other, maybe learn something, that type of thing. Well, I mean, Nitrous, there have been people who have shown up here who've just been total jackasses, and they earned what they got. I'm not going to put too fine a point on it. I mean, when somebody shows up posting an ASCII text swastika, they get blasted with both barrels and banned immediately. Because we've seen stuff like that happen, the ASCII dick, the ASCII swastika, stuff like that. Because, there's always somebody who thinks that that's the way to enter into the conversation. And, so they get made fun of pretty hard and banned and things like that. People have been reduced to, not having really useful contributions and just expressing rage. If they don't have useful information, if they can't enter into a meaningful dialogue, but they're still angry, they lash out in whatever ways they know how. And if posting insulting or disgusting artwork is how they do it, then, that guy who just showed up a few minutes ago that I had to moderate and block was trying to post something about nude something or other. So he got, the giant boot in the ass. Yeah, I mean, we've had some really good ones, though, Vistro. I've been pleasantly surprised. Honestly, considering the fact that the banners I've put up have been designed to attract attention, I am surprised that so few rage monsters have shown up. I'm not going to lie. I'm pleasantly surprised by that. I think it's a good thing when we have people who are willing to talk and, share links to useful sources and things like that, and willing to hear information as well. But, I mean, Vistro is correct. 2 days ago, we had a new follower whose name, and I'm not making this up, is taking a huge shit. And that's obviously somebody who's, trolling. Or there to troll or some such. But, it is what it is. Don't get me started on Ben Shapiro. Oh, my God. Don't get me started on him and Jordan Peterson, whatever. Oh, God. The horror. The absolute horror. Oh, boy. Oh, God. He's maddening. He is absolutely maddening. He does talk really fast. So here's the thing. He is very good at running circles around people when he's talking with them, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the things he's presenting are logically sound or informationally correct. He's definitely a skilled public speaker, but that's not the same thing as presenting true, accurate, and logically sound, words to his listeners. He's a firebrand more than a discussion-oriented kind of guy. You know what I'm saying? So his thing is to generate controversy, generate anger, generate outrage, and then feed on the backlash. Andrew Neil, quote, destroyed Ben. That's the interview to watch. Here's the thing. Ben Shapiro has actually been getting taken down quite a bit over the last year, and he's actually having trouble getting people to agree to even sit down with him at this point. He recently tried offering Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez $10,000 to sit down with him. Like, he's desperate for any major left, person to agree to even talk with him at this point. Mr. F, let's see sea levels rise by 5, 7, let's say 10 feet. Let's say, that one. Yeah, that one was just like bonkers fucking stupid. There's a video floating around that has him saying that. Are you assuming these people aren't just going to sell those houses? And then this guy pops up from behind the foreground and he screams, "To who, Ben? Aquaman!" It just like encapsulates the stupidity of that whole Ben Shapiro quote. Like, who the fuck is going to buy a house that's under 10 feet of water, you dumbass? Like, give me a break, dude. Give me a break. What a cold feet Crowder. You guys have some very interesting nicknames for people. Oh, God. I don't know who you're talking about with that last one, Vistro. Oh, man. So, Nitrous, while you're doing whatever research and writing you're doing, let's shift over to the wall for a second, because you seem very, happy that there's 100, however long miles or, of wall so far. Tell me what you like about the idea of the wall, and we can discuss that. Andrew Neil was a former editor of the Sunday Times and a Murdoch man. He smashed Ben in revenge for humiliating a fellow journalist. Get a link to that. Maybe we'll watch it. This is pretty partly neutral on the Iran deal. Investopedia is by its nature a conservative capitalist site, so you're going to have, some bias there, but let's take a look. Nuclear deal background. The parties involved, the main points. Yeah. Yeah, see, here's the main points. To make nuclear bombs, the uranium ore mined needs enrichment to either uranium-235 or plutonium. Uranium ore mined from the Earth is processed via devices called centrifuges, which we were talking about a few minutes ago, to create uranium-235. Uranium ore is processed in the reactors which transform it into plutonium. Under the deal, Tehran would reduce the number of centrifuges to 5,000, half the current number. Nationwide, the number would reduce to 6,000. The enrichment levels will be brought down to 3.7%, which is much lower than the 90% needed to make a bomb. The stockpile for the low enrichment uranium would be capped to 300 kilograms for the next 15 years, down from the present 10,000. So basically, you cannot make nuclear weapons out of the materials that Iran is allowed to possess under this deal. Sam Sater just brutalizes some of these people. He's harsh. I mean, he's on point most of the time, but man, I would not want to be somebody that held an opposing view from Sam Sater and got on his show about it. Because Sater is very well informed, a very good speaker, and he is extremely talented at finding the holes in people's positions. Let's see. Hand of Fate. Let's take a look at this. Oh, God. Okay. So here's 5 minutes. Oh, wait. Nope. This is a soap ad. Good God. It's almost a 5-minute straight ad for soap. Okay. All right. So this is... I've seen some of this before. This is good stuff. But we'll get to that in a couple of minutes. Nitrous, I'm still curious to know what you think is the good part about building a border wall between the United States and Mexico. So talk to us about that. Because, we've already just disposed of the idea that the Iran nuclear deal allowed Iran to have nuclear weapons. Why don't I use ad block? Because I'm not that smart, I guess. I never thought to do it. If there's an easy way to do ad block, then let me know and after the stream, or send me a private message on Twitch, and I'll talk to you about it later. But yeah, having an ad block might be nice. Yeah, I want to hear what Nitrous has to say about the wall. Because he said that and the pulling out of the Iran deal were his two major reasons he thinks that Trump is a stellar president. And pulling out of the Iran deal does not appear to actually mean what Nitrous believed originally. I liked it because there was a big problem with illegals coming over as well as drugs. The debatable part is, does a wall really prevent this? Your view is yes. Okay. Well, let's unpack that. The first thing I'm going to address here is the word illegals. People are not illegal. An action is illegal. Okay? Like, if somebody shoots somebody, the murderer is not illegal. The murder is illegal. You follow? Okay, because it's the breaking of a law is what's illegal. The person doing it is not by definition illegal. And that term is a very loaded term because it's invalidating of the humanity of a person who has broken a law. Even if someone is a criminal, they are still a human being, right? And all that's really in question is, are they guilty of a crime and what's the appropriate response to that crime, right? Like, there's a reason why we don't torture people in jail here. That's because we recognize that people are still human beings, even if they're criminals. So I would appreciate it if you would find a less negative term for the people, but you might say people crossing the border illegally, something like that. But let's not refer to people in a dehumanizing way. So your concern seems to be mostly with illegal border crossings and drug transport. Am I kind of hitting right on that? I'm not sure what you mean specifically by torture, but if you could find a link to it, I will stand corrected and we can discuss it. Looking back through chat. Fair enough, these 900 ads on every video. Yes, they are. Again, hit me up with a private message on Twitch, and we'll talk about it after. The Russian had begun assisting the Iranians, providing reactor rods. That's why the West started brokering deals to work with and monitor them. And again, right now, as you pointed out, now they can work with the Russians again, and the Russians will only be too happy to provide them with assistance or even materials to help them kickstart their nuclear program back to weapons-grade status. Let's see. Net exports of, yeah, it's down, definitely. It's definitely taken a dip here. We did see an improvement under the Obama era, a drastic drop during the Bush the Younger era. But, a recovery is nice. It's still not quite down to the very lowest it was in the Bush years, though, so I'll be glad at least for that. My view is if they're not an American citizen and they travel to America, they are therefore illegal. Again, they are not illegal. Entering the country illegally is a crime, but the people are not illegal. Okay? So why don't we talk about illegal border crossings, which is a thing, okay, and drug trafficking, which is a thing. So why don't we work with those terms? Is that acceptable? Can you go with those terms? Okay. So let's use that, because here's the thing. Words are important. Meanings are important, and the connotations that go with them carry a lot of weight. So I feel like it's important to try to, not use language that might be dehumanizing to other people. So let's talk about people who are here having entered the country illegally. Cut out of that group for the moment asylum seekers, because they have not entered the country illegally, and we'll get to that in a minute. But let's talk about people who have come here illegally in the meaning that you seem to be suggesting. The fact of the matter is that the overwhelming majority of people who cross the border and enter this country illegally do so from Canada or through airports or seaports. The smallest source of illegal border crossing is the border with Mexico. So if the real goal is to strengthen border security and try to mitigate the number of people entering the United States illegally, then the focus is on the wrong place, right? Building a wall will not do anything to stop illegal entry into the country through airports or seaports or across the Canadian border. That does not have any effect on it whatsoever. Nor will it do much or anything to curb drug trafficking. And the reason for that is most of the drugs that enter the United States come in through other means as well. And I can tell you, here's something scary you may not know. I'm from New Hampshire, and if you go to Google Maps and you look at the state of Vermont, which borders mine, there's a major interstate highway. It's Interstate 91 that goes all the way to the Canadian border. And that is a major drug trafficking route that the U.S. government has not been able to curtail. And there are gangs from like all over the United States running drugs up and down that highway. And that passes very close to where I live because I'm from New Hampshire. And you can even find gang sign under bridges and such in my town, which is not far from the Vermont border, of the Latin Kings and the Crips and the Bloods. Like, they actually traffic drugs into the States through Vermont, okay, into America. So, you know, if the goal is to reduce the number of people who, you know, enter the country illegally from being able to do so, and to stem the flow of narcotics into the country, the southern border with Mexico is not the place to apply a solution. You know that highway well. Okay, yeah. So you'll know that it's basically empty. The police presence on it is minimal. You basically have a bunch of Vermont state troopers who set speed traps there, and there are weigh stations where they will try to detect the presence of illegal substances in vehicles by comparing the weight of the vehicle plus cargo to the manifest, for example, if it's a truck, and see if there's, you know, extra weight there that shouldn't be present, that sort of thing. But they barely make a dent in this kind of stuff. The chief of police in my town actually caught some kids putting up a fake Latin Kings stamp near the real one, and had to like send the kids home and like bring cleaners in to get it off there because he was afraid these kids would be killed when the Latin Kings saw the fake gang sign put up by these teenagers. Nitrous, you're welcome back anytime. You've been a very pleasant guest, so please feel free to come back. Tell your conservative friends that if they want a reasonable discussion that they can certainly come here. I do this 3 nights a week, 9 p.m. this week. I'm going to be changing to start at 10 p.m. next week because that seems to be when most people are free. But yeah, you would certainly be a welcome guest. You've been fantastic tonight, and I appreciate your contribution. Nietzsche says, used to have to drive there in the middle of the night to get to college in upstate Vermont. Jeez, ugh. That's an empty-ass highway, and you got to watch out for deer really much when it's dark on that. I have seen more people hit deer traveling that road than I can recall the numbers of. It's scary. So I would like to remind everybody here, people like Nitrous, who are reasonable people, seem to be a really nice addition to the program. They have ideas, and they're willing to talk and listen, and I think that's just awesome. So I'm super jazzed that he showed up tonight. While we have a break, since Nitrous is taking his leave for the evening, are there any other conservative people who would like to express what they think is good about Donald Trump or his administration or both? And if not, let's take a look at this video of Shapiro so we can see him get wasted by an older journalist. And keep in mind, the journalist he's talking to is one of Britain's most famous arch-conservative journalists when you see this. This is an example of one of the rare times when Shapiro really didn't do his research before he started talking to somebody. So here we go.
Shapiro, you're followed by millions of people online and on social media. You're one of the biggest names in American conservatism. What is it you think you're tapping into?
Well, I think that there are a couple of things. One, there is actually a hunger for different ideas. The monolithic nature of the United States media is pretty evident in terms of its politics. People tend to agree on essentially the liberal point of view and increasingly a radical leftist point of view in the media. And obviously, I speak in response to that. At the same time,
keep in mind that what he just said is the majority of people in the United States seem to be left-leaning, and he's just pissed and wants to oppose that. He didn't say that there's actually a real definable majority of conservatives that need their voices heard and are somehow being silenced. He just said most people agree with the left, and then look how pissed he looks with those furrowed brows and clenched jaw. The old bull put the young pup down. Yes, he did.
I try to provide an honest take on the issues of the day, and that means that I am not beholden to the Republican Party, for example. It means that I am going to speak out whenever I think that a principle is being violated, no matter who is doing the violation.
You work for the right-wing Breitbart website. but you left over its support for Donald Trump. And I think you said you'd never vote for Mr. Trump. Why is that?
Well, in 2015, 2016, the Breitbart made a hard turn in favor of one particular candidate, and that's their prerogative. Lots of publications have an editorial point of view, and Breitbart was one of those. The reason that I left...
Keep in mind that Breitbart backed Trump because its owner and chief was promised a spot in the Trump campaign and administration if they won. So
Breitbart specifically was because of an incident in which a Breitbart reporter, a female reporter, was grabbed on the arm by Corey Lewandowski, then the campaign manager for President Trump, and was bruised on the arm, and then Corey Lewandowski proceeded to lie about it, and Breitbart proceeded to throw its own reporter under the bus, suggest that she was lying or making this up. And at that point, I determined that I could no longer work for a publication that wasn't even willing to stand up for its own reporters, and instead would throw those reporters under the bus in favor of a candidate that it sought to back.
Haven't you lost your battle for the Republican Party, though? Isn't the Republican Party now the party of Trump?
No, I mean, I think that the Republican Party is always...
Oh, yes, it is. Please.
The party of whomever is the president, technically speaking. But in terms of who are the sort of the thought leaders inside the conservative movement, who are the people who are driving a lot of the discussion inside the conservative movement, I don't think that's correct at all. I think that most Republicans see President Trump as a vehicle.
Okay. I balk at anybody calling some of the people that were working for the Trump campaign at the time thought leaders. Manipulators, yes. Skilled at public relations, yes. Thought leaders, kind of a stretch.
Vehicle for their policy preferences, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they agree with all of his personal foibles or the way that he behaves or the things that he says. And I think a lot of Republicans respond in anger to the media attacking President Trump, mainly out of a reactionary and half-appropriate upset that the media seem to have a double standard when it comes to covering certain politicians.
I'm interested that you think there's a thought movement inside the Republican Party.
Did I not just say that? I've not watched this whole interview before, but that's great. Yeah, I know. There's so many of them are in prison.
I mean, haven't the conservatives run out of ideas in America? All the new policies, the Medicare for all, $15 minimum wage, the Green New Deal, they're all coming from the left, and they're popular.
Well, frankly, I'm confused by the idea that any of those are particularly new ideas. I mean, most of those ideas have been around since Franklin Delano Roosevelt at the very earliest.
Yeah, I don't think Roosevelt suggested a $15 minimum wage. Yeah, he definitely smirks a lot.
Or at the very latest, rather. Some of them go all the way back to Woodrow Wilson. But the idea that new ideas are absent in the Republican Party is obviously untrue. We have a very strong debate that goes on inside sort of the conservative halls of intelligentsia about what...
God, what a term. The conservative halls of intelligentsia. So break that down for a second. That's him saying that the conservatives have this giant stockpile of brilliant new ideas, and he's using a term for their smartest people that is straight out of Marxist theory. Like, the word intelligentsia comes right out of, like, Marxism, communism.
Is the appropriate action to take with regard to the medical system? Should global warming be considered a real threat, or should global warming be considered something that technology will solve?
Vistro,
And if so, what are the best,
probably more than
best
150
aspects of solving that? Now, there's a rich intellectual debate on the right about nationalism versus patriotism, for example, or populism versus free marketeerism. That debate is happening.
Actually, let's do something here. So you're saying 1940. If I purchased an item for $1, then in 2019 it would be $18.26 on $1. So if we do what you were talking about and make it $15, $273. That's a 1,726% inflation rate since 1940. That's just mind-boggling, is it not? So it's a pretty safe bet that that nobody in that era was suggesting that the federal minimum wage should be $273 an hour in today's value. Oh my God. Okay.
On the right to sort of suggest that the right in America is bereft of ideas, but the left is full of ideas. Number one, not all ideas are good ideas. I mean,
yeah, but I'm still not hearing you present any ideas. You're just berating somebody else, dude.
AOC is pretty good evidence of that. I'm a big fan of some old ideas myself that I think are pretty good. But beyond that, I think that it is
Vistro, just a little questionable.
Intellectual sneering of the highest order to suggest that only the left has new and decent ideas.
Hey, present some new and decent right-wing ideas, and then we'll stop saying that only the left is doing it. Let's hear what you have to say.
Some of the ideas that are popular in your side of politics would seem to take us back to the Dark Ages. Georgia, new abortion laws, which you are much in favor of, that a woman who miscarries could get 30 years. A Georgian woman who travels to another state for an abortion procedure could get 10 years. These are extreme hard policies.
And this is coming from one of England's premier conservative speakers. He's saying, you Americans are fucking crazy. Well, at least he's saying you right-wing Americans are fucking crazy.
Well, okay, a couple of things. One, I'm not sure. I mean, frankly, I don't know whether are you an objective journalist or are you an opinion journalist?
I'm a journalist that asks questions.
Okay.
Bam! Shots fired. Holy shit, dude.
Okay, so you're a supposedly objective journalist calling policies with which you disagree barbaric and suggesting only one side of the political aisle.
You notice he did not use the word barbaric. That's just Shapiro is putting a word in his mouth.
Has ideas. So I just want to point out that,
I
wish you would at least be honest in your own biases.
Mr. Shapiro, I know that broadcasting in America is now so polarized that on one program you only have the left and another one you just have the right. My job is to question those who have strong views and put an alternative to them. If you were an anti-abortion person, I would be putting pro-abortion questions to you, but you are
really. Would you call the pro-choice position?
So why don't you just answer my question,
sir? I'm happy to answer your question. Please answer this one. Would you suggest that a late-term abortion is brutal?
I'm not taking a view on this issue. I'm asking you the questions.
You see how Shapiro tries to turn it around and make himself the interrogator and turn the other person into the person under the bald light bulb sitting in a darkened room on a little stool, you know, with the water dripping ominously in the background. You know, that's what Shapiro's trying to do, is trying to reverse their roles here and take control of the conversation when the other guy is actually the interviewer.
Sir, you just suggested the pro-life position is inherently brutal and terrible, so I'm asking you, as an objective journalist, would you ask the same question to a pro-choice advocate by calling their position brutal and horrible?
What I'm asking you is that why is it that a bill banning abortions after a woman has been pregnant for 6 weeks is not a return to the Dark Ages? What's your answer?
My answer is something called science. Human life exists at conception. It ought to be protected. Now, back to my question to you. You purport to be an objective journalist. BBC purports to be an objective down-the-middle network. It obviously is not. It never has been. And you, as a journalist, are proceeding to call one side of the political aisle ignorant, barbaric, and sending us back to the Dark Ages. Why don't you just say that you're on the left? Is this so hard for you? Why can't you?
Okay, I want you to look at this carefully, because this is a guy who's a hard conservative in the United Kingdom, having Ben Shapiro idiotically call him a leftist. And look at the guy's trying not to piss himself laughing at how badly prepared for this interview Shapiro is.
The political aisle, ignorant, barbaric, and sending us back to the Dark Ages. Why don't you just say that you're on the left? Is this so hard for you? Why can't you just be honest?
Mr.
Seriously,
Shapiro,
it's a serious question.
Mr. Shapiro, if you only knew how ridiculous that statement is, you wouldn't have said it.
Oh, off the turnbuckle. It's a full suplex into Shapiro. Oh, God. He was in a belt and braces. It was a heavy... Yeah, isn't that amazing? If you only knew how ridiculous that was, you wouldn't have said it. Shapiro literally has no idea who he's talking to.
So let's move on.
But by the way... I will show you, if you want to see in one picture exactly why Shapiro is such a big mouth, if you're thinking maybe it's because he's overcompensating for something, this is a picture of him standing next to Jordan Peterson. Look at... When you said he was a Muppet, you were not wrong, dude. Look at the guy. He's short Piro. Oh, God. Oh, God. Look at him. Look. His head barely comes up to his collarbone. Oh, my God. Okay. I want to hear that one more time.
Mr. Shapiro, if you only knew how ridiculous that statement is, you wouldn't have said it. So let's move on. Would you vote for Mr. Trump?
I think it's pretty evident from your own questions exactly what you are, sir.
Trump? Would you vote for Mr. Trump in 2020?
I'd certainly consider voting for Mr. Trump in 2020. Just like I'd consider voting for anybody else in 2020.
But didn't you once say that you'd never vote for him?
I said that I wouldn't vote for him in 2016. And then I wrote a column for National Review explaining the conditions under which I might change my mind.
You're a culture war warrior. Isn't he largely on your side? You wrote once it was unlikely he'd appoint conservative judges to the Supreme Court. He has.
Right.
So you were wrong.
And you were wrong.
I like many of President Trump's policies, even if I still have serious reservations about his personality and character.
Do you think there's a Democrat that could beat him in 2020?
Sure, I think there are several Democrats who could beat him in 2020.
Who would have the best chance?
I think that Joe Biden is likeliest to beat him, considering that...
No, Joe Biden is so bland and unpopular, he would never beat Trump.
He has significant appeal in a lot of the Rust Belt, in places like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, the places that President Trump needs to win to retain the presidency. And Joe Biden also has a long history in politics, which means that the American people already have sort of a preconceived vision of him. President Trump, as a campaigner, is very good at dragging unknowns through the mud, or at exposing details about people that are previously sort of covered up. But when it comes to Joe Biden, he's been well exposed for a very long time. Most people know him, and he's not nearly as unpopular even going in as Hillary Clinton was in 2016.
So if it was a close race between Mr. Biden and Mr. Trump, you would, from what you say, I think, probably go for Mr. Trump.
No, he's saying Biden had a long career in American politics, not Trump. That one originally threw me for a loop, too. But he was talking about Biden having a long career in American politics.
Yes, I would vote for Mr. Trump if it were a race between Biden and Trump, because I think that the damage that President Trump has done to the country on a character and rhetorical level has already been done and cannot be undone. I don't see it as getting worse day by day. That is the new status quo, unfortunately.
If you don't think it can get worse over time, you are just not paying attention there, Mr. Shapiro.
Now the question becomes which policies I would most like to see enacted, and Trump's policy preferences are closer to my own than Joe Biden's are.
Now, you're a star of new media, of conservative new media. You and others on the left and the right, you position yourselves as supposed tellers of hard truths. But haven't you all just really coarsened public discourse in America and exacerbated its divisions?
You know, it's kind of...
If only American journalists held Republicans' feet to the fire as hard as this guy does.
Kind of odd to be hearing about me coarsening public discourse when you call policies you disagree with brutal and bringing us back to the Dark Ages, sir.
And you see, there he goes again, trying to backtrack and turn the entire thing into an interview of the actual journalist.
The point, I don't want to return to it, but the point was to put a position for you to reply to it. And I thought we'd covered that.
That's...
Well, I'll put some of the points too, because on your
videos, characterization of issues is part of the problem in the coarsening of public debate.
Well, maybe it's also part of your problem too, because we have from your YouTube videos, Ben Shapiro destroys the abortion argument. Ben Shapiro destroys transgenderism and abortion. Is that not a kind of coarse public discourse?
Like, hey, let me use your own words against you, you miniature freaking Oompa Loompa.
Well, are those videos labeled by me?
I have no idea. But
why are you picking out? Why are you? I have a question. Why are you picking out random YouTube videos put up by people who are not me?
Are you
and then attributing the titles to me?
Are you unhappy with?
Dominic, I would say if there were to be a contest of Googling, that you would find basically two kinds of videos about Ben Shapiro. I'm only making fun of his height because it's a well-documented fact that really short people often become very aggressive as a way of compensating for that. But it is kind of funny to see him next to Peterson. Anyway, there are basically two kinds of videos with Shapiro in them, and those are ones where he gets pretty well put in his place by better interviewers than he is, and ones where he basically controls the entire dialogue and makes a lot of statements that are not necessarily factually correct, that are not necessarily logically correct, but presented as very vigorous rhetoric. So, you know, just because he doesn't usually go up against people who will keep his feet to the fire does not mean that he is a good person or his ideas are good or anything of the sort. And he makes a point now of not letting people like this man actually interview him because he knows what will happen. Dominic, have you ever taken a psychology course in your life? Because I have. Okay, I understand what I'm talking about here. People who have something that they perceive as a physical inadequacy often become very aggressive as a way of compensating for it. Go read a book and learn a little bit of basic psychology and then make a comment about that. Because if you're going to try to make a joke out of it, I will tamp down on that. Because that is just factually true. And I don't accept people denying actual facts here and making a ridiculed comment out of it. Ben Shapiro caught a lot of people on the hop, but things have changed. Are you ready for debate round 2? He has disappeared from mainstream media really after this. Shapiro has definitely been a lot less visible lately. I have to agree with that.
With the way they've been described.
But before we go further, Dominic, I've been asking anybody who is a conservative who comes here and been having some very interesting and informational discussions what they believe are the good points about Trump and his presidency, because a lot of people from the right seem to be showing up in response to the giant banner I put up on the screen, which is essentially me trying to test whether giant text in the thumbnail draws more attention than the stream title. And so far, hey, Lady Rain Cloud, welcome. So far, over the weeks I have been trying this with different banners, it pretty much always seems to be the big text on the screen, so it's definitely been useful in terms of understanding the marketing realities of Twitch streams. But if you have some points you would like to make about why you think Trump does not in fact suck, why you think he is a good president or his policies are good or whatever, I will listen. But be aware that I will evaluate whatever claims you make and try to see clearly whether or not they are, of real merit. Do we? I'm not really keeping track of the viewers. I'm having a great time with the discussion tonight. People have been very nice, and we've had some real interesting discussions between people on the left and people on the right. So welcome, Lady Raincloud. Lady Raincloud is a regular viewer and a mod for the channel. She has authority to punt people if they become assholes. So be aware that she carrieth the sword. All right, let's get back to watching this.
I think that people can describe me however they please. It's a free country, and I'm all in favor of a public debate. If you watch the actual clips, they are generally civil conversations between me and somebody who disagrees with me.
I would not necessarily characterize a lot of the stuff I have seen from Shapiro as particularly civil. Maybe he perceives his activity in that way, but as somebody who is not sitting on the stage and actually engaged as an outside observer, he often seems pretty damn angry.
You say in your new book, you suggest that America's largest struggle at the moment is, quote, the struggle for our national soul. We are so angry at each other right now. And I think that's true. I've just returned from the United States. But aren't you part of the problem with the way you go about your discourse, not the solution?
And I think we can all do better in our discourse, but the fact that I've reached out to so many people across the aisle to have conversations with them is pretty evident. The fact that I was willing to walk from a publication that was paying me money over principle is pretty evident. The fact that I've called out President Trump, a member of a party of which I am a member, repeatedly when I think that he has done things that are immoral, I think is decent evidence that I'm looking at least for a civil conversation.
Well, as you say in your book, you say that there's quite a...
Calling out Trump for activities he does that are not okay is not the same thing as seeking a civil conversation. He's not saying, I would like to have a civil discussion about whether or not Trump's acts are good or bad. He's just saying, I called him out for certain things, but that's not the same thing as a civil conversation. I don't know if Dominic is still here or not, but Dominic, if you are still here, you're still welcome to describe what you think makes Trump not suck.
Key phrase, we are so angry at each other right now. But as I say, aren't you part of that anger? Aren't you encouraging that anger? For example, you described Mr. Obama's State of the Union address in 2012 as fascist mentality in action.
Wow! Talk about, like, pot kettle black. Holy shit. Somebody on the right calling Obama fascist? Holy Christ. Okay.
Well, I think that if you want to argue with the characterization, then we can talk about what exactly his State of the Union address said. Is it charged language in politics? Sure. The problem that I have is not with charged language in politics, which I'm generally in favor of. I like a...
Big Brow, welcome. I'm asking everybody who comes here who seems like they might be conservative, did you come here because of the stream title or because of the giant banner in the thumbnail? Because I'm trying to figure out what I should use as my way of advertising what the stream is going to be about that night. So I've been using pretty attention-grabbing stuff and then asking people who appear how they got... no, I said you appear like you might be a conservative because of the question you asked. But my real question for you, for starters, is what drew you to the stream? So I'll get a feel for whether the big banner in the thumbnail is more useful or whether the stream title was what got people's attention. Or maybe it's the goofy skeleton avatar, I don't know. But you came here for the... Okay, so yeah, it seems like I've used lots of different banners over the past few weeks, and it seems like they are the big attention getter, so I will probably adopt a policy of putting the stream subject up on a big banner, because it seems like that's what everybody originally comes for. Like, nobody seems to care about the stream titles these days. So, okay. You're asking how I feel about the trade agreement with China that was signed. Nitrous, welcome back. My feeling about the trade agreement with China is that I need to research the language of it more. It just happened, the signing I think was just today, and I have not had sufficient time to go over it. But since Trump triggered the trade war, wow, say that 10 times fast, with China that has been so economically devastating across the board, that signing a trade deal with them to mitigate that is not some major accomplishment as far as I can tell. It's simply him trying to undo the really big damage he did by starting a trade war that he should have known he could not win, and that his advisors were telling him in 2016 he could not win, and what a bad idea it was. So it's kind of like he stabbed the American economy with a knife in 2016 and applied a Band-Aid to it today. It's not that everything was really bad with China when, this deal was signed and that he had not caused any of that problem, and that this was somehow 100% a win for Trump and for the United States. It's that Trump himself dug the giant pit that we all fell into economically regarding China, and he's just now trying to get a rope ladder down the side of the hole to climb out. Beyond that, I would have to read the language of the deal and get a feel for what the conditions of it were. One of the things I understand in principle about it is that it has some language in it about not labeling China a currency manipulator. I think that was part of it. I would have to check again to be sure. But agreeing to not call China a trade manipulator is not the same thing as China not, or a currency manipulator is not the same thing as China actually not being a currency manipulator. And the way that they do that is by having pegged the Chinese yuan to the value of the dollar so that it can never diverge from its relative value to the US dollar, which creates a permanent economic advantage for the Chinese so long as they keep doing that. So if China has not agreed to, or Trump did not demand that China unlink the value of its currency from the US dollar and find another way to, attach it to a value metric, then that has left the primary underpinning of the problem between the US and China trade-wise intact. Okay, so in real simple terms, if you start a trade war with the country that we import the most from and export the least to, where we have the biggest trade imbalance, and you start a trade war with them by imposing tariffs on them, and those tariffs get returned in kind and worse, then what ends up happening is the only entities that actually suffer are the consumers in each country that actually purchase the products that are being imported into their particular nation. So the trade war with China only served to increase the consumer retail price of materials that we import from them, whether it's raw materials used to manufacture something here or finished products like technology items, clothing, etc., other textiles. The prices of all these things went up, entirely because Trump decided to start imposing massive tariffs on the Chinese. Okay, well, if you take a look, as far the last I knew, the yuan was pegged to the United States dollar as a currency value. So you might want to take a look and tell me when that ended, if indeed it did, because I am not aware of that having ended. Let me do a quick Google search here. All right. Whoops, I misspelled it. Okay. There you go. So, actually, this is interesting because it comes from the exact source one of the conservative viewers used earlier. China does not have a floating exchange rate that is determined by market forces. It pegs its currency, the yuan, to the US dollar. The yuan was pegged to the greenback at 8.28 to the dollar starting in 1994, and that was correct as of August 5, 2019. So unless that has actually changed in the last, 4 months, it is still pegged to the dollar for exchange rates. And it might be, but if its exchange rate is still pegged to the dollar, it still maintains the trade imbalance with the United States through that factor. Let's see. So, yeah, I would have to look at the specific language of the trade agreement that was signed today to get some idea whether or not it actually has benefits other than trying to reverse the damage caused by the massive tariffs and trade war that Trump initiated. Besides Trump, one thing I've seen this whole time is nonstop media and left attack on him since the start. It's every little thing he does. This has turned me away from the left. I can only imagine it turns a lot of people off. We'll get back to that in a couple of minutes. We are trying to finish this Shapiro video because it's very amusing watching Shapiro be so unprepared to talk to this guy. Because if there's one thing I can credit Shapiro with, is that typically he and his staff do exhaustive research on whatever they're about to talk about, and he really blew it with this. Like, really blew it.
Robust public debate and a very loud and spirited public debate. I have no problem with that whatsoever. What I'm talking about is the assumption that people with whom we disagree politically are inherently of bad character or, in your words, want to bring us back to the Dark Ages.
But again, it was your description of this.
See, it's not that their different opinion that says making him say that the policies that were being discussed at the time would bring people back to the Dark Ages. It's that the policies would be a step back toward the Dark Ages, not the difference of opinion. You know, you can't say, let's roll back freedoms that have existed for 100 years or 200 years or whatever, and be upset when people tell you that you're bringing people back in time in terms of, policy. It's not a question of disagreement. It's fact. If your policies are straight out of 100 or 200 years ago, then then that's going back to Dark Ages. Hand of Fate. Let's see what do we got. China launches yuan gold fix and bid to be price maker. Whoops. Continue without supporting. I'm not going to pay your ads. April 19, 2016. So this predates the other thing. So this appears to be relating to their influence and participation in the precious metals market, but I'm not sure that that's going to be anything that. Yeah, see, this is about their ability to purchase gold. You are correct in that, that it's definitely about them buying a shit ton of gold, that's a technical term, shit ton. But it does not change the fact that they have had their currency pegged to the dollar.
State of the Union address.
Yeah, just so you know, Lady Raincloud, we're trying to keep the discourse as civil as possible today. Nitrous has been really good about being a calm and decent and rational voice in this, so I'm trying to work with people here to keep things as enjoyable as possible across the board.
2012 as fascist.
The wording of President Trump's 2012 address was bad and wrong.
That's
okay. Calling it fascist is a whole other thing, though. Okay, Lady Raincloud, let's rein that in just a little bit. Like I said, Nitrous has been very good about trying to be respectful tonight, and I just want to try to maintain that tone. Actually, since we're going to have a discussion about that kind of thing, yes, you can definitely link that and we'll delve into it. But we'll do it in a way where we're trying to be non-combative, because Nitrous has been very good about listening and being polite and everything. And if we can establish that tone as the regular thing here on Bare Bones Talk, it might improve the likelihood of more people showing up and engaging in a positive way. And I think that would be a good outcome, Big Brow says, I wasn't a huge fan of either candidate last election. However, I feel I'm better off today than what I was 4 years ago. From my 401k to the tax breaks that helped me, it'll be hard to vote against Trump. Okay, well, we'll dig into that in a minute. Let's finish this up.
Oh, there are plenty of things that are bad and wrong, but it doesn't make them fascist.
Well, I suppose that's true, but if you...
I suppose that's true. Yes, that is exactly true, Ben Shapiro. And wow, did it look like you just ate a lemon having to admit that. My God, he did not like that.
If you'd like to read me the column out loud, I suppose I can critique it for you.
Oh, well, again, with Mr. Obama, you said, and you're Jewish yourself. I only mention that because, to put this in context, the Jews who vote for Obama are, by and large, Jews in name only. Ginos, you call them.
My statement was based on the fact that Jews in the United States, as an ethnic group, are largely irreligious, which is true by every single poll. Jews are the most irreligious group in the United States.
That is partly true, actually. There's a term in the Jewish community called culturally Jewish, where they participate in the religion and its practices and beliefs, but not because they believe in the divine nature of it, but because it's part of their culture and what unifies them as an ethnic group. Thank you for the follow, Nitrous. So it's not incorrect to say that there are quite a few Jewish people in the United States who are irreligious and just culturally Jewish. But I don't have any data that says they're the majority, and I certainly would not make up a nasty acronym for them and call them Jewish in name only, because that's insulting to their character, and it makes them out to be people who are not interested in being part of the ethnic group that they are obviously part of.
As an Orthodox Jew who actually takes Judaism seriously, the point that I am making is that most Jews who are ethnically Jewish are not religiously Jewish in any context.
No. The point you were making is that Jews who vote for Obama are Jews in name only.
I said that, yes, that is correct.
You notice he didn't say Jews who are only culturally Jewish are Jews in name only. He only cared about who they voted for.
Correct. The Jews who voted for Barack Obama, a progenitor of the Iran deal, a person who was cracking down on religious liberty.
So so voting for a president who tried to curtail a major Islamic terrorist state's ability to get weapons of mass destruction and render them unable to use that against the state of Israel makes them somehow not really Jewish? Like, how does that logic work?
Person who spent much of his career as president of the United States attempting to deprive Israel of the necessities to defend itself.
How? We still gave tons of military aid to Israel during the Obama presidency, and again, reducing one of their chief antagonists to a non-nuclear acquiring status seems like it's very much in the interest of the safety and defense of the state of Israel.
That people, Jews who voted for President Obama, by and large, cared about Judaism far less than they did about other priorities.
Did you say they should turn their badge in as a Jew?
Yes, I believe that if you are a...
Wow, I didn't know there was something they all carried in their wallet that identified them. Holy shit. No, we do not give, quote-unquote, tons of money to Iran. That's something that's been talked about a lot lately from the exiting of the Iran deal. When the Iran deal was struck, the money that went into Iran's pockets was not money that belonged to the United States. It was a bunch of assets that belonged to Iran that, as part of sanctions against that country, had been frozen, thereby denying Iran access to them. So when Iran agreed to be a non-nuclear state as the carrot as opposed to the stick, they unfroze those assets so Iran could get its money back. So we didn't give Iran all this American money. We just allowed them to reclaim assets that we had frozen. So, you know, and regardless of how it's delivered, it was their money. We had just frozen it and denied them access to it. That was, that was the stick as opposed to the carrot of returning it and being on better footing with the rest of the world. So, yeah, they got a lot of money in the Iran deal because it was their own money that had been kept from them. They basically reclaimed money that already belonged to them. So it's important to note, to understand that. I actually have seen giant pallets full of cash when I used to work in the banking industry. And let me tell you, when one of those things goes by, your ethics take a serious freaking gut check. Because you just really want to, like, scoop a couple of bundles of cash off the top of that pallet and stuff them in your pockets. It is, like, it's insane what you start thinking when you see that much actual untraceable cash sitting in the open in a giant stack. It's like that scene from Breaking Bad where he pulls the tarp off that giant pile of money. You just see it rolling by on a cart on a pallet jack, and you're like, holy shit, dude. You know, like, my life could be changed immeasurably in 1 minute if I just could find a way, you know? And you don't feel proud of it, but it's impossible to see such a life-changing amount of currency just roll by you, you know, and not think about what it could mean for your life. All right, here we go with a little more Shapiro here. We have about 4 minutes left in this.
I believe that if you are somebody who takes Judaism seriously, that comes along with ideological commitment.
I mean, I guess...
Also, I hope you're having fun, by the way, going through every old tweet that I've ever sent to try and do gotcha questions. But if you'd like to have a discussion about my general philosophy or things I've done in, say, I don't know, that was 2012, so it's now 2019. If you'd like to discuss something I've done in, say, like the past 5 years, why don't we do that?
And again, that's Shapiro trying to change the subject because he knows he's on the ropes.
How about that?
Because your book is a criticism of how angry America is and how America has to do better. And I'm simply
I have an entire list on my website, sir. On my list, I have an entire website of dumb, bad things that I've said. I'm simply trying to point out
some of the things you've said that seem to me to help to stoke that anger. For example,
you know what I think is the best part of this whole interview? Is not just that Shapiro is talking to one of England's premier conservatives and has no idea and was actually dumb enough to call him a leftist, but Shapiro is so far out of his fucking league here. Any American he's used to being engaged with would be pulling their hair out in frustration by now. This British guy is so goddamn unflappable. Like, Shapiro can't figure out how he hasn't set this guy's fuse off yet. You could tell Shapiro's going bonkers trying to figure out why he hasn't made this guy mad yet. Why he hasn't driven him into a frenzy, which is where Shapiro's rhetoric excels, right? But the British guy is just completely not buying it. Like, it's just you know, you cannot seem to get this guy to not be dead calm. It's great.
Example, you said
sure.
Israelis like to build, Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage.
Because that's how Shapiro thinks you should elevate the rhetoric, is by calling Arabs people who bomb stuff and live in sewage. Look at the look on Shapiro's face. He has no idea how to handle actual hard questions from a skilled interviewer who he can't make lose his cool.
Well, as I say in an article entitled, "Here's a list of all the giant, bad, dumb things I've ever said."
Was that dumb?
Well, yes, that's a dumb tweet. And not only, but it is also important to mention that the next few tweets clarify that that tweet is specifically referring to the Hamas leadership, which, by the way, a BBC I've seen is relatively reticent to condemn.
No, actually, it wasn't. What you went on to do and say, you are correct about the slur on Arabs. It's not all Arabs that want to live in open sewage and blow things up. It's just Palestinians. Even
Holy shit. Wow, this British guy has all the fucking receipts. Jesus. He is just... wow. Holy God. I have to give Shapiro credit for one thing here, which is that a lot of people in his place would have, like, bailed by now trying to escape from this line of questioning. But he's dug in his fucking trench, man. He is not given an inch. I give him credit for actually trying to stand in the fire and try to keep swinging. He's failing horribly, but at least he's trying, unlike a lot of people who just throw down the microphone and walk away. I personally enjoy listening to Ben. He's a very smart young guy. Yeah, he has bad interviews too. They all do. It happens. But not all bad interviews involve you being exposed as a racist through your own words, you know, and mistakenly thinking the person you're talking to is a leftist when he's actually one of the biggest conservatives in the entire UK journalism pool. He is a very talented debater, but that doesn't necessarily make the things he has to say accurate. That's a big difference. Being skilled at argumentation is not the same thing as having factual or reasonable opinions to express. He has like 10 processors running his head, but the one is simply, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, he's usually much better on top of doing the research. I think he just walked in there thinking he was going to devastate the British interviewer, got a little too full of himself, and dove into the deep end of a pool he had no idea he was about to fall into.
On to say.
No, it says the ones who take sides against Israel in the Israel-Palestinian conflict.
Population is rotten to the core, you went on to say. Not Hamas.
Wow. This could hardly get any worse for Shapiro. Jesus.
Palestinian Arab population.
I say that by poll numbers, they elected Hamas. They elected Hamas. They educate their children in school that Israel...
Except that's not what the tweets the guy's literally reading to you off your own Twitter feed say.
Should be obliterated, sir.
I guess...
If you want to read... honestly, this is a giant waste of time in the sense that the entire interview is designed for you to shout slogans or old things that I've said at me. I don't see how this forwards the debate. You talk about undermining the public discourse. It seems to me that simply going through and finding lone things that sound bad out of context and then...
How is all Palestinians want to blow things up and live in sewers something you could possibly take any other way than to think the guy who said it was a racist shitbag? I don't care what context you wrap that in.
Hitting them with, and then hitting people with them is a way for you to make a quick buck on BBC off the fact that I'm popular and no one has ever heard of you.
There are not many bucks to be made on the BBC, unlike American broadcasting, Mr. Shapiro. The point I'm trying to make is that your words are hardly designed to produce the consensus and understanding that the book seems to want to produce. That's my point, that you write about, Judeo-Christian culture and so on, but so much of what you've said in the past would seem to turn its back on Judeo-Christian culture.
You're lecturing me on Judeo-Christian culture after you call the pro-life position barbaric?
I just asked you a question.
and I asked you a question. You failed to answer a single one of mine. Frankly, I find this whole thing a waste of time. If you want to read the book and critique the book, why don't you read and critique the book? If you want to critique me, you can think whatever you want of me.
Why don't you
frankly,
just try and
I don't
answer
care.
the
I don't frankly give a damn what you think of me since I've never heard of you.
And I've never heard of you until I briefed myself for this. But that's not the issue. You have
Oh my God. Wow.
Then why the hell are you interviewing me, sir?
It's an interesting book. But my point is, your book claims that
well, it'd be
society...
nice if you would quote it from time to time.
Your book is... Well, actually, I've done so several times, and I'm about to do so again, if you would let me just finish the question. Your book claims that society is turning its back on Judeo-Christian values.
Yeah,
what are those values? What are the values it's turning its back on?
I'm not inclined to continue an interview with a person.
He can't even explain what he meant in his own book.
As badly motivated as you as an interviewer. So I think we're done here. I appreciate your time.
Oh, I guess what I said about him sticking it out and not walking away doesn't apply here. I was mistaken.
All right. Well, thank you for your time and for showing that anger is not part of American political discourse. Now, Mr. Shapiro, we'll say goodbye.
Wow. Talk about dry British humor. He basically just dropped a sarcasm bomb on him with such a deadpan voice. I don't think Shapiro even realizes what he just said. Wow, look at the look on Shapiro's face when he's getting ready to leave. He looks like a kid who just had his football stolen by a bigger kid.
And for showing that anger is not part of American political discourse. Now, Mr. Shapiro, we'll say goodbye.
Wow. All right. Jeez, that was bad for Shapiro. Holy shit. Okay. All right, where were we here? All right, so we've had a... wow. We've had a little bit of amusement here from the Shapiro video, but let's talk about some of the more on-topic stuff. Let me scroll back through the chat here a little bit. Wasn't a huge fan of either candidate. I'm better off today than was 4 years ago for 401k and the tax breaks that helped me. It would be hard for me to vote against Trump. Okay, so you're saying that your primary reason for voting for Trump is increases in your investment value in your retirement account. Is that like kind of on point there? You were saying that because of the tax breaks, your 401k increased in value. So is that your primary reason for feeling good about Trump as a president? Yeah, Hand, I think that's a very accurate assessment. Nietzsche, yeah, when all the kids are bigger and take your ball. I'm super impressed at how unflappable Andrew Neil was. Yeah, that is a good point Vistro makes, is the tax breaks are temporary. They do empirically benefit the rich enormously more than they benefit anybody else, though. So you say partial. Okay. What else do you feel is a reason to vote for Trump? And let me scroll back and take a look. Nitrous, is there a subject that we were going to talk about that I haven't gotten to yet? I'm old and forgetful. The media not... Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll... Let me just comment on that real briefly. I'm not sure you can really call the way the media, or not all media, I mean, you know, there are a bunch of right-wing outlets that basically do nothing but ball wash the guy. But when media is condemnatory of him, you have to understand that it's not that they're just throwing shade for the purpose of throwing shade. They are reacting to bad acts on the part of the president. So it's not harassment when it's actually just reporting on the things that he's doing. You know, somebody sent a link. I don't know where. I've lost it to here. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. God, I love it. If anybody wants to see that video again about Phil, let me know, because that was just funny as shit. blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so, I mean, you can find enormous lists like this one of flat-out lies that the president has told. Reporting on stuff like that is not harassment. It's calling out a major political figure for their dishonesty. Or his strange behaviors, like saying he'd bang his daughter if only they weren't related. I mean, that's not cool. And when it's reported on it, that's not harassment. That's, reporting what he said. When he draws in magic marker on weather charts because he has no scientific knowledge and doesn't understand how ridiculous that is, that's not harassment. When he says he wants to nuke hurricanes and he gets called out for that being a really stupid idea, again, not harassment. So, if you want to take a look at the reporting on Trump since he, started campaigning until the present, and take a look at it and compare any incidents you can find of what would constitute genuine harassment, meaning something other than reporting on stuff he's actually done, and compare that to the number of reports on things he's actually done, I think you would find that you will see there is very little, if any, actual harassment going on. I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, because you don't need to harass Donald Trump to be able to report on enormous numbers of bizarre, crazy, or dumb, or rude, or cruel things that he has done and said. He would not have bothered with Shapiro, but he absolutely did a disgusting attack. Oh, that's unfortunate. Let me know if you have a link on it. I respect the fact that he's done or attempted to do what he campaigned on. I would dispute that. There are a lot of things he campaigned on, like having a much better healthcare system than the Affordable Care Act, that he has not even attempted. We haven't even seen a proposal out of the Trump administration for things like that. The only thing I can think of that he did that he campaigned on is basically being racist against Muslims by trying to keep them out of the country, and being racist against people from south of Texas by trying to keep them out of the country, with a wall. I don't know of too much else he campaigned on that he's actually done, or at least nothing that I would see is actually like a positive for America that he's even attempted. The problem with Trump's ideals is that his ideals about science are... I'm not sure his thoughts on science are even as far advanced as the 50s. I mean, nobody besides him that I've ever heard of has suggested nuking hurricanes. I think we can all agree that inventing a great healthcare system is hard as hell. I don't think either party has a solution to that, but that's not really the subject at hand here. The subject at hand here is the claim that he has done or attempted to do all the things that he campaigned on. And it's clear, not only has he not given a new healthcare system, but since there has not even been a proposal so far, he never even had any idea what he was going to do. He just made up some flowery promises about how great it would be and had nothing to back it up with. Not even a remote outline of a plan. There's literally nothing from the Trump administration about this, and he's literally had years now to come up with something, even an idea, even an outline, and there's nothing. So the healthcare thing is a place he campaigned on where he completely didn't do anything that he promised. He promised to get Mexico to pay for a border wall. That never happened. I'm not sure how you feel that making the healthcare system in the United States publicly available to everybody is not a solution to the problem. He did attempt to repeal it. Here's the thing. When Trump became president, he had a very rare circumstance in American politics. We have three branches of government: the executive, which is the office of the presidency and everything that surrounds it; the legislative, which is the House of Representatives and the Senate, combined, known as Congress; and the Supreme Court. And in Trump's early presidency, he had the almost unheard of circumstance where the Republican Party controlled all three branches including having majorities in both houses of Congress, which means that the judicial, which is the Supreme Court, if he had had any plan at all, he could have simply presented it to Congress, and if it was a plan that wouldn't have been disastrous, it would have simply been rubber stamped through it and then gone back to his desk for approval, and any challenge to it would have been defeated in the Supreme Court because they had control over the entire United States government. And he didn't. He didn't even try. He didn't even say, let's replace this. Attempting a repeal of something that, if you repeal it, would render 20 or 30 million Americans without access to health care, while having nothing to replace it with, is just not something that's good for the country. No matter what you think about the Affordable Care Act, more people are insured under it than were insured before it. And taking that away from those people while not having any replacement in line to plug the hole is, at best, irresponsible governance. At worst, it's just partisan shitting on a policy because it had another president's name attached to it. No matter how many millions of Americans it would hurt to shit on that. And yeah, Vistro has a point. If he had had any plan to replace it with, it would have just passed because they literally controlled all three branches of government. So when you say, when Nitrous says there are no solutions from the candidates on the left, that's simply not correct. Most of the candidates still in the major part of the running on the left have some version of a universal health care plan, at least as an option, if not as the thing to give to all citizens, which is certainly an improvement over the private insurance industry. Yes, and that's the other thing. Obama originally wanted to do something like a Medicare for All plan, but the Republicans in Senate, spearheaded by Mitch McConnell and his cronies, defeated that, and so he was left with the vastly inferior plan that was originated by Mitt Romney in Massachusetts. And, it's the Republicans' own fault that their, basic outline was adopted. Obama used that as his framework, thinking, very reasonably, it was a Republican idea originally, they shouldn't have any objection to it. But they did, simply because it had Obama's name attached to it colloquially. Let's see. Don't bash Grand Turtle McConnell. Oh, God. Hang on. Since you bring it up. Where is that? No. There we go. It's goofy, but it really is kind of accurate. I know, petty, absolutely, but kind of funny. There's another one like this that has a picture of Samuel L. Jackson next to the head of a snapping turtle, and he looks remarkably like a snapping turtle in that photo. So, yep, that's the McConnell turtle picture. But no, the Republicans pivoted their entire party. And that's the thing. Vistro points out an interesting topic here, which is there's a major difference between the way people on the left think and people on the right think, broadly speaking. There will, of course, be exceptions on both sides. But in general, Democrats act to achieve something they believe in. They vote for what they believe. They vote for what they want. Republicans tend to vote against what they hate. They're generally not voting for a thing so much as voting against a thing or person. When voters were polled and interviewed in the wake of the 2016 election, Republican voters almost unanimously described their action as voting against Clinton rather than voting for anything about Trump or the candidate himself. So, the Democrats are the party generally, again, there are exceptions, of people who are trying to accomplish things, and Republicans are generally punching back instead of trying to accomplish good things for the nation. Yeah, he definitely has the turtle thing going on, Nitrous. Let's see. The Democrats didn't actually do that. Democrats pivoted their party to say no to Trump. No, that is definitely not true. The Democrats vote no to things that are definitively harmful. I honestly, off the top of my head, I cannot think of a single policy Trump has suggested in his entire term as president that has been good for the country. Literally can't think of any. That is another saying, yes, Vistro. And honestly, statistically, the United States has a lot more liberals than it does conservatives at this point. The only reason the entire government is not massively supermajority liberal is that Republicans are much better at organizing and marching all to the same drum, regardless of how bad it hurts them, and they're much better at sabotaging other people than the Democrats are. 60 votes in order to allow the Senate to vote on a bill even when the majority need Dem help. Yes, but they had the votes to do it if they didn't have any dissent. They didn't have the supermajority just of Republicans, but they did have the majority enough to push that, and they could have used that leverage easily to tell Democrats, we will get a vote on this and we'll give concessions in return, and it would have been an easy thing to accomplish. There is no doubt they could have done it if they believed it, and the fact that they had dissenters, which is very rare in Republican, congressional voting, ought to be a pretty clear indicator to, the Republican voter base that something was seriously wrong there. Like, Republicans breaking ranks really just doesn't happen unless something really bad is going on. Again, Nitrous, give an example of something he did. And it's not a matter of opinion. It's a matter of there are objective facts that things he has done have been objectively harmful to the good of the United States. And that is not an opinion question. That is factual. So again, tell me some of the policies that Trump has implemented that you think are positive, and we'll examine them. I can think of one which is pulling out of the Asia-Pacific Partnership at the time. There is a difference between something being a short-term gain item and something being a circumspect, valuable action for the United States. And the point you make about it being useful at the time is one of those things where short-term thinking sabotages the value of a thing in the long term. Big Brow, you said speculation. Speculation about what? That's the thing with backing a party, though. You back their political views, which are different. Which is one of the reasons why backing things on party lines is usually a bad idea. Ideas should be backed on their merits, not on which party came up with them. Yeah, and that's the thing. Vistro points out a very important fact here, which is that 51 being required to change the Senate rules means that with Mitch McConnell sitting there as the majority leader, any of those things were easily possible because he simply, and he's known for, changing the rules to, suit his needs of the moment. But again, I'm waiting for Nitrous to give some examples of policies Trump has implemented that have been good for the country. We already talked about the Paris Climate Accord, and that is just not a good thing for the country at all. Leaving it was a bad move. And the wall has not been a good move in any way, shape, or form. I mean, we haven't even delved into things like the cost of the wall just to build it, the fact that land will be seized from American citizens against their will under the eminent domain rules to build it if they do that. List of executive actions by Donald Trump. Are you saying that if there is a list of executive actions by Trump that every single one of them is going to be good for the country? Because you said you thought pretty much everything he's done has been... let's see. I'm asking you to provide me an example of something you think is good. You pick something from that list that you think is good. Because remember, just because some of the executive orders that he has issued have names that sound positive does not mean that they are in any way related to the name that they're giving. Okay, protecting the nation from foreign terrorist entry into the United States. Let's take a look at that in a little more detail. Oh, the Muslim ban. Okay. So, basically, an executive order based on religion is by definition bigoted. There is no way to avoid that. And the fact of the matter is, it's not going to accomplish much of anything aside from making the United States look like a bunch of racist assholes. It was also unconstitutional, and it was, if I remember, it went through a series of being struck down by court after court until it finally reached the then packed SCOTUS, which overturned the decision. See, this is the other thing. You can't really say something like this is good because the Supreme Court gave it the rubber stamp, because again, Trump, with help from McConnell stealing a court nomination from Obama, he's packed the court with his supporters, including yet another rapist, which is just mind-boggling. If any Democrat had been nominated for the Supreme Court who went through the same procedure that was used for his last nomination, and the facts about that Democrat-approved candidate came out, Republicans would fucking shit themselves before they would allow that guy on the Supreme Court. Except that because of how it's created, it pretty much exclusively applies to Muslims. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, Syrians, who are almost universally Muslim. Iran, Iraq, Syria, Libya, Somalia, Yemen. Again, all Muslim countries. And revoked a whole bunch of visas at the same time. So this is literally only blocking Muslims. So, for example, Ireland and Northern Ireland have been rife with terrorists blowing each other up over which kind of Christian they are for decades, but there was no ban on those people coming to the United States, even though they're very likely to blow shit up. The only people who were targeted by that ban were nations that are predominantly Muslim. That's not an interpretation, that's a fact. All the countries on that list are Muslim countries. Period, end of story. That's not subject to opinion. Yeah, when even Texan judges say that's fucking idiotic, you know that you're probably fucked up. And if it takes a packed Supreme Court to overturn what other conservative judges said, again, you know you fucked up. Leaving the Paris Climate Accord was a lift of regulations, but that is not the same thing as it being good for the country. In fact, it's been devastatingly bad for the country. There is nothing about backing away from participating in trying to reduce the effects of climate change that is good for the United States. There is nothing about reducing regulation in a way that permits companies to pollute a huge amount worse than they ever did that's good for the country. There is nothing about continuing with the fossil fuel industry that continues to pollute the atmosphere, that continues to contribute to climate change, while denying the vast number of jobs that would be created by embracing renewables and bringing them online. Again, we talked about this earlier. The amount of trucking, trains, air delivery, manufacturing, construction jobs that would be created by embracing renewables would be on par with the interstate highway system project that pretty much eliminated most unemployment in the country with jobs that didn't pay minimum wage. So leaving the Paris Climate Accord was absolutely bad for the country. The only thing that it was good for were the large businesses that had their regulations lifted by exiting from it. That's it. Being good for big businesses is not the same thing as being good for the country. There's nothing bad from this. Of course there's something bad from it. It's racist. Okay? It is not something that's going to reduce terrorism. In fact, it's going to increase recruitment amongst terrorist organizations because they will be able to point to it and say, look at how fucking horrible the Americans are. You need to fight back against them. This is the kind of stuff they use. You can look at reports on how terrorist organizations in the Muslim world recruit, and the biggest way they recruit is using social media and finding people who are pissed off about the ridiculous shit the United States does. That literally handed terrorist groups a recruitment tool. So again, not helpful. Tell someone in Detroit that. How about you tell some people in that part of the world all about how the Trump administration has helped them with their little water problem? Yeah. One of my friends, he's from Somalia. The travel ban got him deported. There you go. He ended up seeking asylum in Spain. You couldn't agree more with what, big bro? So the Executive Order 1379 did not help the United States prevent terrorism, did not do anything except piss off the Muslim world, did not do anything except make the United States look like a racist, xenophobic bunch of shitbags. It accomplished nothing good at all. So you need to find another policy if you want to say this is an example of something Trump has done that's good for the country. Getting out of the Paris Climate Accord, again, not good for the country. There seems to be a common misperception among conservatives that deregulation is a good thing. It's not. No, it's not my opinion. It made the United States look like a bunch of assholes. Again, you can read all about it if you want. It doesn't take any effort to Google about it and find out what the entire world thought about that ban. It was racist and xenophobic. It specifically targeted countries full of Muslims, while ignoring any other potential source of violent, people entering the country. It was absolutely racist. And again, that is not opinion. That's fact. I feel bad, by the way, Vistro, for your friend who got deported. That's unfortunate. How is it racist? By picking out one religion and banning them based on the idea that that's trying to prevent terrorism, you are explicitly suggesting that they are terrorists and you should keep them out of your country. It is absolutely racist. You cannot put a ban against people specifically tailored to their religion without being bigoted. That's it. It cannot be done. If you are specifically excluding them because they're from a particularly religious section of the world, that's racism. If you can't understand that, I'm not sure how there's anything further to discuss. Because if somebody did that and excluded your religious group from going someplace, you would immediately understand how bigoted that is. Nitrous, if you're talking about a country that is 99% Muslim and 1% other, it's ridiculous for you to even suggest that it's not based on the religious content of that country. There are no primarily Christian countries in that list. There are no particularly Jewish countries on that list. Israel is not on that list. There are no Buddhist countries on that list. There are no countries of any other majority religion except Islam on that list. Flint, Michigan water was 2014, but one of the things Trump did talk about during his campaign was he was going to fix infrastructure, including Flint's water. So again, that's another thing Trump campaigned on that he has failed to even make an effort on. The country with the lowest percent, so Vistro is saying, when it's 89%, just to use round numbers, 9 out of 10 people in that whole country are Muslim. Okay? You don't get to say, oh, we're not talking about something racist and bigoted and all that, when it's absolutely clear that the criteria that these countries were being judged upon was the predominant religion. I mean, when's the last time you heard about a Somali terrorist attacking the United States? When's the last time a Somali terrorist group blew up a building here in America? The answer is never, but it's still on the list. You know, when's the last time you heard about Yemen blowing up a building in this country? Never. Trump has helped Flint. Okay, sorry, the first one there I didn't understand. Again, Nitrous, if a country that you wanted to go to banned specific countries specifically because those countries were predominantly Christian, it would be immediately apparent to you why this is racist. If you refuse to accept that it's racist, it does not make it not racist. You need to wrap your brain around that, because when you discriminate against large numbers of people because of something like their religion, that is racism. That is bigotry. Trump's EPA grants Flint $100 million to fix broken water system, which is not even remotely enough to do that, and the management company that's currently running that whole thing did essentially nothing to fix it. So you have to understand, $100 million is basically nothing compared to the actual cost of fixing that. So I will grant you that Trump sent something there, but that's not a success. Because again, unless you would be willing to go there and guzzle nothing but Flint, Michigan water for the next year, you understand that that's not fixed. So was the Iran deal by Obama racist because it was a deal only in Iran? No. Because that was not meant to exclude Muslims from a country. The goal of that was to reduce the nuclear proliferation problem that Iran was seeking to expand. It's not the same thing. You know, again, Iran is a known supporter of terrorist organizations. It funds them, etc. They have a history of taking American embassy personnel hostage in 1978, 79. I forget which one of those 2 years it is. So there is a legitimate political reason for being concerned about a nation state that has been known for that kind of thing, for organizing hijackings of commercial aircraft earlier in the 20th century. To want them to not be a nuclear power. Any nation that has that kind of history preventing the nuclear proliferation from reaching them is not a Muslim concern. It's not a matter of preventing them from having nukes because they're Muslim. It's a matter of preventing them from having nukes because they have a history of blowing shit up. Okay? Again, you look at this, the list of the travel ban people. Iran, Iraq, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, and Yemen, most of which have zero history of blowing shit up on American soil. You know, like, when's the last time the Iraqis blew up something here in the United States? And don't say 9/11, because the people we credit with that one were Saudis. But let's assume, just for the sake of argument, just to get this off the table, let's assume that the Iran deal was racist. That still has nothing to do with whether or not the travel ban is racist. Whether or not one or the other is racist is entirely contingent on its own circumstances. And talking about the Iran deal is what we now call whataboutism, which is an attempt to derail or distract from a topic by saying, but what about this? So it's not the same thing, and it's not relevant to whether or not the travel ban was racist. Since he promised to actually do something about it, yeah. Since it was his commitment, in his own words, that he would address it, then yes, he made a commitment to actually do it. You know, you don't get to say he's followed through on his campaign promises and such, and then when he absolutely fails to do so, say, well, what was he supposed to do? Personally supervise it? Yeah. He took on that responsibility by saying he would do it. It's not rocket science. He said he'd build a wall. Do you think that means he should just be like, I don't give a shit, I'm just going to hope somebody else does it? No. If he's actually intending to do it, he needs to be the one to organize it and make it happen. That's what you call leadership. That's what you call following through on commitments you've made with your own mouth. So, whatever it costs to fix, he was supposed to arrange for it and make it happen. That's what we call following through on campaign promises, right? I think he's followed through so far. I don't see a wall across the entire southern border. I don't see Mexico paying for what wall chunks there are. I don't see a replacement medical care system for this country that he promised. What exactly has he followed through on? What do you mean with no help? He had the entire government controlled by his party. How much more help do you need? Money falling from the sky along with bricks in a perfect pattern that forms a wall? I mean, come on, man. You can do better than that. I don't care whether there was zero reality in it. If he didn't think he can do it, he shouldn't have campaigned on that as a platform plank. Saying there's zero reality of it doesn't excuse him from following through on a campaign promise, especially when one of the reasons that you say you support the guy is that you say he followed through on his campaign stuff. I just recently got fully funded to build the wall fully. Show me a link to that. I have not heard that he got full funding for the wall. But even if he does, again, that's an abject failure of his campaign promise to make Mexico pay for it. Also, still a stupid idea to build a wall. Yeah, Putin's money. Putin doesn't give money to the United States for their own benefit. Anytime he gives money out, it's for his benefit. Anyway, but yeah, where is there, I maybe behind the Times on the Wall thing, where is there some kind of confirmation that the wall project has now been fully funded? Show me something about that so we can go over it, because that's news to me. Okay. I'm going to go right out and say this. If you reject the idea that Russia was involved in the 2016 elections, you are simply wrong. Okay? You can actually find video of Putin admitting it and saying they plan to do it again. It is not a matter of opinion that Russia interfered in the election. It is not a matter of opinion that Trump's campaign was in contact with the Russians. So you can just shelve the claims that that is a fake collusion thing. Okay. You don't get to say Trump's not involved when it's his group that's doing it. If you're the leader, you're the one who holds the sack for what your organization does. That's why, for example, conservatives blame Obama for whatever they blame Obama for, not for all the people beneath him in the ladder that may have been along for the ride. The leader holds the sack. It's like the sign used to be on the president's desk, the buck stops here. I'm sorry, if it's your campaign team, you should know what the fuck they're doing. And if you don't, you're a shitty leader. They have attempted to interfere since the 70s. What's new? The difference is Trump's campaign welcomed and facilitated it by meeting with them and making arrangements to make it happen. Honestly, I am stunned that that is not part of the impeachment process, to be honest with you. But I do not let, what amounts to just denying reality be part of these discussions. It's simply a fact. Again, you can find video of Putin admitting that he ordered and successfully interfered with the election and that he did plan to do it again. And he was smirking and joking around about it and basically calling Americans stupid for letting them get away with it at the time. Innocent of what? Again, if your organization is colluding with the Russians, it's your organization. You're responsible for what your organization does. Period. End of story. To be honest, I think America should stand behind the POTUS regardless. No. That's the same reason why people should not have stood behind Hitler, or stood behind Stalin, or stood behind Mao. If the leader is in the wrong, standing behind him no matter what is wrong. By that logic, Big Brow, all the people in Germany should have stood behind Hitler and just gone happily slaughtering people just because Hitler ordered it. which, by the way, that excuse, we were just following orders, we were just standing behind our leader, the United States executed Nazis for that. That is something your own government has literally killed people for using as an excuse for their standing behind evil leadership. So you don't get to use that as an excuse. No American gets to use that as an excuse because our own country has killed people for using it. Again, you are not obligated to stand behind Obama for things that he did that were wrong. For example, Obama was a big user of drone strikes, and I don't stand behind that at all. You know, when a leader does something wrong, you call them out on it. But Trump is in the right. Trump is politically on the right, but I'm not sure what you're saying he's in the right about. You can't compare... Of course you can. There's nothing about being the President of the United States that renders you immune from doing horrible shit that can be compared to other people who have done horrible shit. Being an American president doesn't make you immune to being evaluated and compared to others. It's not a get-out-of-jail-free card. Of course there's a comparison. They're both national leaders. They both made shitty friggin', decisions. So far, Trump has not started slaughtering people based on their religion, but he has put people into concentration camps and separated children from their parents and put them in fucking cages. So, he's got that right there in line with early Nazism. So, yeah, you can absolutely make comparisons. Being the President of the United States does not exempt you from being evaluated. Obama basically was a moderate conservative in a lot of ways. He was very establishment about a lot of stuff. And again, his signature legislation that Republicans hate so much was actually Republican legislation that he co-opted when, Republicans would not let him do anything more progressive. I didn't say that Trump committed genocide of millions. I said that he has done things that are very similar to Hitler, and that backing a leader who does horrible things no matter what is not morally justifiable. You can't just say Trump is in the right, I'm going to back him, no matter what. When somebody says, well, what do you think about separating kids from their families, making sure they will never be reunited, and leaving them in cages with no blankets, no food, no usable toilet, letting them get sick and die in your care? If your response to that is, I support Trump because that's fine, you have a lack of moral judgment. I don't recall Obama having set up massive cage camps to separate people from their family at the border. By all means, provide me some proof that he did that. If you are correct and you can demonstrate that that happened, then I will retract that and acknowledge that I was wrong. I'm not against people expressing their feelings or their thoughts. I do have a commitment to trying to make sure everything is as factually correct as possible. But I will not condemn you for having a feeling. I will not condemn you for saying I am a conservative by nature, anything like that. But like you just said, Obama started that. You'd better be able to back that up with facts and evidence. Snopes. Obama build cages immigrants. Let's see. Not the Trump administration. True. Interesting. Okay, so Trump wrongly stated he had reunited families after they were separated by the Obama administration. Your source says that is wrong. He has not reunited them. Thousands were taken from their parents under the Trump administration. Except the cages. Starting, Obama built the cages. Obama built them. The portion of Trump's commentary was true. Pictures of children behind chain link fencing were captured. The site of McAllen, Texas, has been converted from a warehouse to an immigrant detention facility in 2014. Social media users defended Trump's immigration policies. Also shared security during August, in which fencing can be seen surrounding migrants there as well. The pictures doing a spike in the number of unaccompanied children fleeing violence. Okay, so Obama built some of those cages. Then he was as horribly wrong as Trump. Putting people in cages, not okay. You were correct that Obama built some of these cages. The difference here between you and me is I will roundly condemn Obama for doing that, and I will not say that I would back him, without reservation about that. That, by the way, seems to be a major difference between conservatives and liberals. Liberals will see a leader do something horrifically wrong and they will condemn it. Conservatives seem unwilling to even acknowledge that the wrongdoing happened. Apparently it was an issue at the time, just not as broadly, reported on, because according to your own Snopes thing here, the scale and scope of it was tiny compared to what's happening now. I do agree it should have been stopped then. But the fact that Obama created some of these cages does not justify building more of them and expanding the number of people that get thrown in cages and separated from their families. Saying Obama did X that was bad does not mean you should also do bad. It's the old, if all your friends jumped off a bridge, would you do it thing. It's not okay to just say you would, do the same horrific thing. I need you to hang on for a second. My dog is making her I need to go out and pee noise. So I need to either take care of that or I need to ask my wife to take care of that. So I'll need like 2 minutes just to see if she can take care of the dog while we continue the stream here, okay? Because I love my dog and she's adorable, but I don't want her pooping in the house or anything. You know what I'm saying? Because that's no fun. What would I do instead? Type out what you're specifically talking about. What would I do instead of what? So hang on a second while I take care of the dog situation. And by the way, thank you for all your questions. Delay, I have returned. My wife is taking care of the dog, and not for nothing, but had to make a quick bio break because, let's be honest here, if you start a stream and drink about a quart of iced tea, eventually you gotta pee. Yeah. And thank you for the follow, Big Brow. That happened while I was out. Can you guys hear me again? I had to mute the mic while I went to deal with the dog, so I want to make sure you can still hear me. God, I hope you can still hear me. If you can't, if I don't see a response, I'm going to have to assume my mic isn't working. While you're doing that, let me see about getting a picture of my doggo. Do I have a picture of the dog here somewhere? I'm sure I must have a picture of the dog. Image. Dog. Okay. Browse. That's my dog. Okay, Big Brow. I'll try and answer your question quick if you're still here. In response to the Central American arrivals along the southern border, the administration launched an aggressive expansion of family detention in an attempt to deter the arrival of additional refugees. Documented conditions of family detention have been notably poor, with complaints filed against the government. So I'm assuming that, probably started as a, oh my God, the detention centers suck, when they were first constructed, as you were pointing out here on the Snopes page, and has continued to this day. But here's the thing. I don't feel that the proper response to people wanting to come to your country is to attempt to deter them. It's to have a clearly defined and accessible method of handling the influx of people and helping them become citizens and integrate into the society. Now, one place where I differ with a lot of other left-wing people is I think it would be advantageous for people who immigrate to this country to become culturally aware of what life in the United States was like and integrate into that. Probably also yes, it's a good way to go. Yes, she is a Labradoodle, also known as an Australian Cobber dog. I'm going to leave her picture up for a minute because she's much more photogenic than I am. But deterrence is not necessarily the way to go. I would think that, again, having a accessible path to citizenship for those who want to come here, including, and this is where one of the places I really diverge, probably learning English would be helpful. But as a corollary to that, let me be clear and say I think all American public schools should make kids learn English and Spanish, simply because, Spanish or French, I would say, because we have a neighbor to the north that's a nation that speaks English and, in some places, only French, and we have a neighbor to the south that speaks entirely Spanish. So being able to communicate with our national neighbors would be a really good idea, and it would help make integration of immigrants easier if we had more than just one option for communicating with each other. So I do think American schools need to improve about their, teaching children to be bilingual. But I also think that people who want to immigrate here, even though we don't have an official national language, would benefit from recognizing that the predominant language in the United States has pretty much always been English, and that learning it would be extremely advantageous for somebody who wants to live here. And thank you for letting me know the audio is working. Okay, let's turn off the picture of Boo Boo. That's Bella. She's awesome. So I hope that gives you some semblance of an answer to your question about how I would like to see immigration handled. I would like to see it handled more reasonably than it is now, not as a deterrent, but as a path to integrating into American society, bearing in mind that enormous amounts of the entrepreneurial activities in this country come from the immigrant base, the first generation Americans. I think that having people come here who genuinely want to be part of American society is generally advantageous to the country. Yes, and I understand recognizing a national language opens up the law to discrimination. That's one of the reasons why I say that as a nation, we should be, adopting a policy that our citizens need to be multilingual. So, take Switzerland, for example. That has 3 national languages, which are all recognized as official languages there, and everything in the country is produced in all 3 languages. And it hasn't hindered them from being a impressive country to emulate in terms of economic success, quality of life, that kind of thing. So what people often forget when we talk about learning languages is not to focus on the idea that it's not always easy, but that it opens up whole new vistas to you when you learn a new language, because it gives you whole new cultures that you can access that you were not able to interface with before. And that applies to both American citizens and to people who would like to come here and become one. I agree. The temporary housing for people who are here for asylum or attempting to immigrate needs to be of much more humane and, reasonable quality than it is at the moment. And I think that one of the reasons it's not actually is because we were we still are, I think, letting private companies build and operate them. So by nature, as a function of capitalism, they're trying to improve their bottom line as much as possible, and that means cutting expenses anywhere they can. And in this case, cutting expenses means the people in the temporary housing are suffering. Ethiopia may have 12 national languages, but I don't think they teach all 12 in their school system. Like in Switzerland, kids learn all 3 languages in their schools there. It's really amazing what they accomplish educationally speaking. Nitra says, I don't think Trump expanding upon existing solution is bad, but there needs to be a better solution. The place I disagree with you on that is what we have right now is not a solution. It's specifically intended as a deterrent, not to be a solution to the problem of, how do we handle immigration? By the very language you cited, or one of the other viewers cited, I don't remember which one it was, I have to scroll up. But what we have now is not a solution, it's a purpose-designed deterrent. And Bella's back. Hi, puppy. I don't care how old or big a dog is, they're still a puppy as far as I'm concerned. My dog has a weird habit. She will actually give you a hug by curling her tail around my wrist when I'm giving her a lower back scratch. We call it the tail hug. She's a good girl. Yeah. Sorry, I really adore this dog. So she's a little distracting. She's sitting here now and she wants attention. So I'm like reading and using the mouse with one hand and like petting her with the other, scratching her ears, that kind of thing. So if I'm slow to respond, it's because I have a dog competing for my attention. But and you have a white lab. Oh yeah, that friendly face is great. Labs are such great dogs. So yeah, I mean, does what I have said here give some indication of how I perceive the immigration situation? Not to rhyme too much there. Immigration situation. Well, I appreciate that, Nitrous, and I'm glad that you're here and are willing to engage in useful dialogue. One of the reasons I created this channel, I don't know if you've read any of the panels below the stream screen, but I spent a couple of years working for Yahoo News as a political analyst and op-ed writer type, and when I started that job, I thought it was going to be like straight reporting, right? And I submitted my first couple articles to the editorial staff for publication, and they were rejected and sent back. And I said, what's the problem? And they basically said, you misunderstand what your job is here. Your job here is to write controversial articles that generate a response. They basically were telling me when I worked at Yahoo that they wanted me to write stuff that would get people talking, not straight reporting, but more op-ed and actually inflammatory stuff with the intention of sparking a reaction, right? And of course, I'm sure you can imagine that the response to those kinds of articles back when I was writing them, I was there from like 2011 to 2013, people get really pissed. Like I would write articles that would get 3,000 or 4,000 comments on them, including like death threats and shit, it was bonkers. So having an opportunity like this where I'm engaging with people of a different political attitude in a way that's constructive and friendly is just great. Country, how are you doing? It's going okay here. We're having a really interesting set of discussions tonight. People of different political outlooks are all contributing. It's actually really, really cool. Corvid, I'm not sure if I'm going to say your name right. Corvids are cool. If you look at environmental illness, folks, conservatives are slaughtering millions just in less obvious ways. How many millions in a third of the population? We really need to address all the problems that are caused, atrocities that are committed as a result of matter of policy. They're American citizens, not much better off than and dealing with the same problems as immigrants. We need to start seeing more responsibility and accountability from policymakers and the people. I'm not 100% sure where that's going, but it does sort of segue into a matter I was originally planning on discussing tonight, which was kind of a critique of Andrew Yang and his universal basic income plan that he calls a freedom dividend, and why that is not going to work well for the American people. Again, just because Yang happens to be a Democrat hopeful doesn't mean I support the guy's policies if they're bad policies, and Yang's UBI is absolutely a problematic policy. It's not going to work as it is being promoted. And if you want, we can go over that, and I can give you some interesting information as to why. And also, I might want to talk about, I was actually going to talk about environmental illness, because that is a serious problem, from things like toxic cleaning products being used all over the place to the proliferation of scent-related products everywhere that set off people with allergies or a health condition called MCS, which stands for multiple chemical sensitivity. So that's also an important thing. So if you guys are okay with that, maybe we can divert a little into that subject. You have a Yang sticker on your PC. Somebody else stuck it there. Country Ball, that's nice. I love intellectual diversity. So I see Trump sucks. Are there any specific critiques you have to offer the president? And would you agree or disagree with the statement that Trump is a fascistic character? Okay, so we've been over quite a bit of this earlier in the show, but before we segue into something else, I will address some of that for you, since you were kind enough to come here and ask. And as I have repeated for everybody else who's come here this evening, the Trump sucks thing is, in most ways, a marketing research trick. I have a stream title that expresses things I want to talk about tonight, and I have a giant banner on the screen because I'm trying to get a clear indicator of what actually grabs people's attention when they come to, for example, the politics section. Trying to figure out if the stream title is more important or if something in big letters on the screen is important. So by definition, I kind of have to use something that's attention grabbing, or it's a useless market research thing. But so far it's pretty much been 100% big title on screen gets attention. So I would imagine that that's also what drew you here, since you're actually referencing the Trump sucks logo in your statement here. So do I have issues with or critiques with the president? Yes, and I can go into a few of those. Would I agree or disagree with the statement that Trump is a fascistic character? I'm not going to lay that entirely at Trump's feet. So here's the thing. Fascism is, in most ways, another word for corporatism that's generally enforced by the violence or threat of violence on the part of the government. So, is Trump a fascist? Some of his policies look that way to me. I'm not sure I would call Trump a fascist in what he has done so far, like as a complete definition of him, but there are definitely strong tones of it in his outlook, his policies, his personal behavior, because as a member of the wealthy class, he is absolutely corporatist in nature, and that's a major part of what makes something fascist. So far, he has not attempted to use government-sponsored violence to enforce those policies. So I'm not sure he's gone all the way into full-on fascism, but he seems to lean strongly toward it. But that's not just a Trump thing. That is the entire apparatus existing in the United States that seems determined to protect corporate interest at the expense of the well-being of the average citizen. Corvid says that was a response to the person that said conservatives weren't slaughtering people like some demographic groups do. Unfortunately, logging in a comment takes half a lifetime. One of the things about this is it's not voice chat, so having to bang away on a keyboard does take a while. Nitrous, it got my attention. I actually want to know why he sucks, though, because you think he's cool still. I'm glad he listened. Well, I mean, again, we talked about the racism he's exhibited since, I was a little kid. And for those who are new here to the chat tonight, I grew up in the greater New York area where Trump spent most of his time, and I've been exposed to his antics for decades. And one of his earliest kind of dickhead moves was when he started in the real estate industry. He refused to allow black people to rent at his properties. He's very noticeably racist against anybody with brown skin. So that's one reason I think he sucks. The fact that when he owned and operated a beauty pageant, he would use his status as the owner to go into the girls' dressing room so he could ogle half-naked or entirely naked underage girls makes him kind of a shit human being, in my estimation. The fact that he's cheated on every one of his wives with the woman he would marry after that wife doesn't exactly scream, this is a guy you should look up to. So, I mean, just, in terms of character, actions, moral choices, he leaves a great deal to be desired. Corvid says, there's a ton of systemic discrimination and hate-based behavior that is disturbingly similar to what Nazi-era Germans did to the disabled, Jewish folks, etc., that shouldn't be going on. Policies can actually be genocidal without seeming to be that harmful if we don't consider how the least privileged are affected. I agree with that to a great degree, because there was a word in German that the Nazi Party applied to anybody who was not of the Aryan race that they decided was like disposable, could be murdered at will, that kind of thing. They called them the Untermensch, the under people, the subhumans, okay? And when your policies as a nation or national leader or a political party reduce huge swaths of the population to being essentially Untermensch, that is, a part of the process that leads to genocide. So that is something you can make a legitimate case for. Nitrous Cutter, would you agree that everyone is a little racist in their own ways if you broaden the racist term? So racist means what it means. I would not say everybody's racist. I agree that there is a hilarious song from the Broadway show Avenue Q about everybody being racist. But I'm not sure I want to tar everybody with the brush of that particular moral failing. I would say there are a lot of racist people in the world. I won't say that they're all on the side of conservatives. I'm sure there are plenty of liberal racists as well. But I refuse to condemn the entire human race as being bigoted in that way. Country. Fascism, as I've studied it, depends on three axes: highly planned economy, totalitarianism, the pursuit of traditionalist values. It seems to me that Trump strongly encourages the free market. He does not. He is in favor of deregulation and policies that lead to inevitable monopoly, so that is about as anti-free market as you can get. He recently cut massive government regulations, which again goes back to the not free market. So just so you know, when it comes to business, economics, finance, that is my wheelhouse. I hold several college degrees. My bachelor's is in business with majors in economics and finance, and it also included a significant amount of accounting work. So we're in my wheelhouse here, and deregulation does not lead to free markets. When big businesses are given all the freedom they can, the ultimate goal of capitalist societies, capitalist economies, is for the businesses to create monopoly, because that is the most efficient form of business when your goal is to improve the bottom line and generate profits. So the more capitalist you make the market by deregulating it and making it so that companies can act in a less and less restricted fashion, the more inevitably it leads to monopoly. Because when companies have a controlling interest in an industry or a service sector, etc., they will do everything in their power to introduce barriers to entry, which is the exact opposite of a free market. It is meant to exclude competition from existing or starting. That's just the way capitalist business works. So there's nothing about Trump's policies that is friendly toward free market and even competition, etc. He advocates for small government. Small government is not necessarily a good thing. It is actually a very bad thing when you have a large population, because we are not talking about a population nationally that consists of a few families living in a forest and doing hunter-gatherer stuff where everybody knows each other and understands the need to cooperate for the common good and will work toward the survival of the whole and the good of the group, etc. When you reach a certain point, a population needs regulation and organization in order to continue to function as a society. The larger the society gets, the larger that apparatus must, by definition, become. So by just saying small government, small government, small government, what that actually leads to is a lack of social cohesion, and eventually, if the government gets small enough, it leads to the collapse of a society. Nitrous Cutter, let's say I'm of African descent, and I don't feel comfortable in white neighborhoods. Am I racist? No. You are reacting to the very real fact that white police officers routinely kill unarmed black people. That is simply a fact of life. If you are a person of color in this country, you are at a higher risk of bodily harm by other citizens and by instruments of the government than you would be if you were white. That's simply a really horrific fact of life. It doesn't make you racist to recognize it. White people might not like black neighborhoods because they don't fit either. Is that based on race or culture mismatch? If white people were routinely killed by black police officers for crimes that, are as minor as, a traffic stop, then it might be reasonable to think that. But since that is not the case, it is racist for white people to say, I don't want to live in a black neighborhood because the people there are black. As far as cultural differences, you need only look at some place like New York City to find drastically different cultures living side by side in neighborhoods adjacent to each other that do not result in race wars or anything like that. So it is not a massive leap to, live near people of differing culture ideas, unless those cultural ideas include violence toward, people of a different culture. So, for example, when at the height of the Irish Republican Army's assault on, that entire region, it was very difficult for Catholics to live safely next to Protestants because they were literally killing each other over that difference. So that's a circumstance in which a culture clash holds real life and death consequences, and recognizing it and trying to, avoid getting killed is not necessarily racist. Participating in the violence against other people or thinking less of them because they were a different kind of Christian is racist. So there's a difference. Country Ball says you could argue his deregulation can strengthen larger corporations, but certainly you can see the economic liberties that small businesses can take advantage of. No. Again, because large businesses will do whatever they can to create barriers to entry and to reduce competition. That's how capitalism works. And the more free large companies are to implement self-defense strategies like implementing barriers to entry for other potential competitors or to reduce the effectiveness of current competitors, the more they are going to do it because it is to their economic advantage to do so. So no, deregulation does not improve market freedom. It does not give liberties to smaller competitors. It does not encourage new businesses to spring up. It actually has exactly the opposite effect. See, here's the thing. Every economy is regulated in some degree. There is no such thing as a free market. All markets have rules that they must operate under that are imposed by the nations in which that economy exists, right? The only question is not should we regulate them, it's that how should we regulate them in a way that is beneficial to the economy instead of harmful to it. And deregulating left and right is universally bad for an economy because it hands power to corporations to act in harmful ways, which again, and I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but literally by law in the United States, the number one legal requirement of a publicly traded company is to provide profit for and increase shareholder value for the people that own it, okay? Which, again, in publicly traded companies are the people that own shares of stock. That is literally, by law, their number one concern. And if you eliminate any barrier to them acting in any way they wish, they will do everything in their power, whether it is ethical or moral or not, whether it is harmful to the rest of the economy or not, whether it is harmful to the public or not, to meet that objective. So it is only through regulating an economy that you can actually have one that serves the public interest. Corvid says, Nitrous, we're all responsible for trying to identify and change viewpoints that are discriminatory. Racism is a systemic issue. It involves systemic oppression, not just a matter of individually held beliefs. Black people can't technically be racist because there's no systemic oppression of white folks. So I agree with everything you say there, except for the last sentence. There is simply a reality that if you hate, despise, or treat people badly because of an ethnic or gender or whatever condition, that is by definition racist. The difference between racism on the part of people of color in this country and Caucasians is exactly what you mentioned there, which is that Caucasian racism is systemically embedded into the entire society, so it is enforced with a power and energy that people of color simply cannot mimic. The effects of racism or racist views held by a person of color simply cannot have the far-reaching implications or effects that racism by Caucasians against others will within this society. Individual discrimination does not equal systemic discrimination. Yes, correct, Vistro. Hate and racism aren't really the same thing, though. Anyone can discriminate or behave violently, but if it isn't systemic, included in policy, etc., and it's not racism by technical definition. I'm not sure that that's factually correct. Hold on a second. Racism, prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism directed against someone of a different race based on the belief that one's own race is superior. So that is technically the literal dictionary definition of the word. Socially, the social difference of it has a lot more to do with the systemic embedding of a particular kind of racism based on the predominance of it and the broad reach of it. But it is absolutely possible for an individual who is not part of the majority to be racist. Bigotry and racism are synonyms. So, we're not going to just excuse people who are not white from their racism just because there's a systemic problem that they are on the receiving end of unjustly. I'll be the first to tell you that my self-professed progressive limiter is as biased, violent, and murderous as the average Nazi. Are you trying to say many because I am not aware of too many progressive liberals that are hateful and murderous as a Nazi. You would need to back that up with some kind of evidence. I agree no one is immune to bad behavior, but again, I do not see progressive liberals creating legions of brown shirts and wanting to round them up and gas them or stuff them into ovens. You should be very careful about who and what you compare to Nazis, because there are some times when it's appropriate to make that comparison, but if you're going to make that claim, you should probably be able to back it up with some facts and evidence. The U.S. economy is built on consumer spending. Deregulation could rot it from the inside. Yes, and Vistro brings up another very interesting point here. There's a major difference of opinion on how economies work, but there is one thing that is factually true, which is there are two major schools of thought in American economics. One is supply side, also called trickle-down economics, and the other is demand side, which focuses on what consumers and purchasers do. And the reality is that it is the demand side of any economy that drives it. So let's use the phrase conservatives love, which is job creators. Capitalists don't create jobs just to pay people to do things where there is no consumption to make a profit off of it, right? The anticipated ability to sell the good or service is what causes capitalists to get in motion and do capitalist things, okay? Meaning, starting companies, building factories, starting phone centers, whatever it is that they're going to do, all right? If they don't anticipate there's going to be buyers for it, they don't do it. And it's very important to remember that, because the actual job creators are the people that want to buy something, thereby spurring the creation of an industry to meet that need. That's a very important lesson to learn. And economies that embrace it tend to be much healthier than the American economy. Corvid's personal experience and that of many other individuals. Check out the environmental illness support groups. Again, provide evidence. Don't just tell me you've had personal experience, because personal experience is by nature very limited in scope. So if you're talking about many in a way that compares it to the violence of Nazis or to the problems we've seen from the political right. You should have some way of demonstrating that, rather like above and beyond just your personal circle and your experience that you have specifically like observed among them. I hold conservatives' feet to the fire about this. I'm not going to, let somebody who is apparently a bit more left-leaning off the hook for that. Who do you think will win Democrat candidate? Who to want? So if I had my way, I would have Sanders win. His policies are most in line with what I believe. He has about a 50-year history of being a supporter of civil rights, equal rights, fighting for the average person, and has had a consistent message for his entire political career. He's in favor of making sure everybody gets health care. He's in favor of making sure anybody who can pass their classes should be able to go to at least a public college. His basic platform mirrors a lot of my own beliefs. Who do I think will win? Tough to say yet. Prior to last night's debate, I would have said Bernie was the hands down, favored candidate, like number one horse in the race. But something is happening where the political left is trying to torpedo him, which is the same basic thing that happened in 2016. So it's very possible for people on his own side of the political fence to yank the rug out, in which case it would probably come down to either Warren or Biden. So we'll see. And do they stand a chance against Trump? The Democrat candidate who stands the greatest chance against Trump, hands down, is Sanders. There's no one else that even comes close to his ability to stand against Trump. Sanders has a couple of qualities that make him supremely well suited to that particular contest. The first of which is he has a lot in common with the British interviewer we looked at there, which is he doesn't take any bullshit and he brings things back into focus really fast. Trump's campaign style involves a lot of mudslinging and a lot of distraction, and Sanders is well prepared to combat that and bring things back into focus quickly. They absolutely did rig things in Warren's favor last night. We'll talk about that a little more if you want. The other thing is Sanders has a quality in common with Trump. Both of them are populist candidates. If you look at Trump rallies, they're always filled to standing room only. If you look at Sanders rallies, they are always filled to standing room only. Whoever's going to win the next presidential election has to get that kind of crowd engagement amongst the voter base if they're going to stand a chance to win, because their opponent absolutely is going to if that opponent is Trump. And I don't see Warren generating that kind of response from her voter base. Biden is about as interesting as a piece of toast. Steyer is just another billionaire. He would fail for the same reason Clinton did, because he's too establishment. Buttigieg has a lot of good things going for him, but I think that even people on the left are very leery of electing an openly gay president, because I think there's, a lot of people, even among the left, who may be not so comfortable with gay people. And that is a liability when you're going to have a campaign race that is based hugely on popularity. I think that Tulsi Gabbard talked herself right out of being any possible contender for the Democratic nomination the minute she voted present for the impeachment instead of voting along with the Democratic Party by voting yes for it. So I think she's pretty much a done deal. Cory Booker just dropped out of his own accord. So I don't think any of the other candidates. So basically, what it comes down to is there's really only three possibles right now that stand a significant chance of getting the nomination. That's Warren, Sanders, and Biden. And Sanders is the one best positioned to go up against Trump, but it seems like his own party is trying to steamroll him. We talked earlier about how at the debate, the way the moderators asked questions were deliberately set up in a way to torpedo Sanders. And yeah, I don't blame Sanders for having been really angry. I don't blame him for that at all. I don't know if Warren is crazy, but what I do know about her is she spent the first part of her political career as a Republican. Okay? She has only been a Democrat for a short period of time, relatively speaking, and she only came around to endorsing progressive views after seeing that anything less was not going to energize Democrat voters. So I am not as confident of her commitment to the ideals of the left in terms of things like universal health care for everybody and, college for everybody. She's definitely big on the student loan issue, which I approve of. But I'm not sure I am as confident of her commitment to the ideals that I have as I am about Bernie. And Biden is basically a moderate, not a progressive. He's absolutely very much an establishment guy. So, yeah, so that's where that is. By the way, Corvette, I hope I haven't made you frustrated by asking you to provide some evidence for that. It's the standard I use for everybody. So I hope that you will, if you want to make that claim, I hope that you will grab some evidence and post a link so that we can see that. But, I mean, we've seen conservatives show up at, liberal rallies and literally run people over with cars. I'm not sure that there's any significant movement among liberals that does the same or feels the same or acts the same as that. People can be offended, we're just trying not to be assholes about it, I'm trying to keep things as civil as I can here, and I appreciate the people on the right meeting me halfway on that. Well, and you're allowed to like Trump. I hope that you will give some thought to whether or not voting for Trump is actually in your best interest. But everybody has the right to pick the candidate they want to vote for, and nobody has the right to tell another American citizen, you're not allowed to vote the way you want to vote. I think that some people who have told me about who they plan to vote for are making really idiotic decisions. I did have one person I know who wanted to vote for, and now I can't even remember her name, but she's the one who's a professional quote-unquote psychic medium who thinks she talks to ghosts. I think that voting for anybody who, will say that non-ironically is probably not a good candidate for the Oval Office. But people still got behind that woman, so, what are you going to do? One of the challenges we have is that a lot of people actually vote against their own best interest. And I know this is not necessarily your view, but as a general statement, voting Republican is against the best interest of anybody who is not wealthy. Because historically their policies have absolutely favored the rich over the working class and the poor. So it is absolutely detrimental to the average American citizen to vote Republican. Republicans are the party that wants to roll back rights that people have spent decades fighting for. I mean, look at Virginia. It's literally 50 years late to the party in ratifying the Equal Rights Amendment. How bad is that? And that's the 38th state, which means even if they formalize their ratifying of it, there are still 12 states in this United States that don't think everybody deserves equal rights. Like, as a matter of law, they don't think that's okay. How fucking idiotic is that? But it's Republicans who advocate against it. So that's, again, by definition, that is harmful to the American public. Any group that says we are not going to acknowledge that people should all have equal rights as long as they're an American citizen, that under the law everybody should be treated equally, are literally saying that if the time comes they need to discriminate against you, they're ready to do it, because they will not say that everybody deserves equal rights. So that strikes me as against any, average American's best interest. I think that the Republican Party's insistence that taxes are bad and that tax breaks should be given left and right and that they should primarily benefit the rich is counter to the best interest of the country, because taxation is what actually allows a nation to function. Countries don't just magically produce revenue that allows the government to actually operate. They don't just magically produce the money that allows a military to be funded. They don't just magically produce the money that allows roads to be built. I would say anybody that's in the top 2 or 3% of income earners or net worth. There's an interesting thing I saw on Facebook the other day that's very illustrative of that. There's no, and this is not it. I'm going to tell you what that is in just a minute. But there's an old saying that says that one of the reasons Americans will vote Republican is that they don't see themselves as poor. They see themselves as temporarily embarrassed millionaires. They actually think that if they just work hard and put their shoulder to the wheel, that they too can become successful. But that is fantasy. That is economic falsehood, okay? The thing I saw on Facebook that's interesting is, if 6 bad months could render you bankrupt or homeless, but 6 good months would not make you a billionaire, you're poor. Like, that's pretty much it. That's obviously a generalization, but the fact of the matter is, almost every American at this point is just a few bad months away from homelessness, but almost none of them are a few good months from being rich. The fact of the matter is, the overwhelming majority of Americans are actually poor, and most of them don't realize it. Okay? And that's a horrifying thought, but it's economic reality. Somebody was saying earlier, not earlier today, but in a previous show, that the American economy is the best now that it's ever been, and that's absolutely bullshit. The best the American economy has ever been was in what economists call the golden age of America, which was from the end of World War II to 1979. And like we talked about earlier, that was the time when a single individual household income of a guy working a menial laborer's job could support himself, a spouse, 3 kids, own a house, and a car on that income. That's a whole different universe than the one we live in today. Okay? There is no basic laborer job that a person can have that will allow them to support themselves, much less themselves, a spouse, a family of 3 kids, and a house and a car. The entire American economy has collapsed to a degree that people don't want to acknowledge. How do I feel about Trump donating his presidential salary to other departments and services in need? I think it's an irrelevant showpiece. The presidential salary is just a couple of $100,000. In terms of the U.S. economy, it's an irrelevant sum. The fact of the matter is, it's not like he's a guy who needs that to survive and he's generously donating all of his survival money to charity. It's a matter of, he's already independently wealthy. That amount of money is meaningless to him, and he's only giving it away because it gives him a way he can pat himself on the back in public and look good in front of the public. That's it. As an economic gesture, it's meaningless. Again, it's irrelevant. As a fraction of the national economy, it is a meaningless sum. When you talk about national economies, and this is something that it's mind-boggling to people who are just getting involved in the ideas of national economics, but there's a saying that gets bandied about in national economics as a joke because it's true and people don't realize it. And it goes like this. It says, $1 billion here, $1 billion there, and pretty soon you're talking about real money. Okay? And that's because when you're talking about a national economy the size of the one in the United States, even amounts in the billions are frequently irrelevant compared to the task they're trying to meet. Okay? A few $100,000 is essentially meaningless. Okay, yeah, if you have to go to bed, I appreciate it. I know it's a scary thought to think about that, isn't it? But, the national economy of the United States is in the trillions of dollars. A few $100,000 is literally less than a millionth of the national economy. Like, think about your annual income and then ask yourself how impressive of a donation it would be if somebody gave you 1/1,000,000th of your national income or your annual income as a gift. You'd be like, who gives a shit, right? It's okay, and I appreciate you being here, so thanks for the chat, and I'll be back again Monday, Wednesday, Friday as usual. Friday I'll be back at 9, but starting next week I'll be starting at 10. You have a really good night, man. All right, so on that note, unless anybody else has something they want to talk about, since it's obviously getting really late and we've been at this for, 1 o'clock, I started at 9. Wow, we've been at this for like 4 hours. This might be my longest stream on this channel to date. So yeah, I guess I'll have to save the Andrew Yang stuff till another night and the environmental illness thing to another night, because we've really been going and going and going like the Energizer Bunny. But yeah, I do appreciate everybody being here. I especially appreciate the fact that the conservatives who have been participating have been just very civil, and that's really awesome because it's led to useful and entertaining discussion. Corvids are cool. Trying to see if I can find public links, human rights cases, but most personal experiences that people share only in closed groups to avoid being further harmed as a result of being honest. Even asking for people to consider improving equality evokes violence. Understandably, most people won't talk about it outside of private groups, and some are afraid to even do that if they survive because it leads to further hate-based harm, frivolous lawsuits. I'll agree that there are a lot of people who will only admit to some of their inner feelings when they feel like they're in a safe space for the expression of that. And there will always be hidden cases of badness among people that are tough to bring to light. So that's very true to say. But again, I would hesitate to call the left as bad as Nazis without having some more to back it up. It's just it's a very sweeping statement to offer, and because of how sweeping it is, I would be reluctant to embrace it as being kind of broadly accurate without more backing for that idea. I do appreciate you bringing it up, though, and if you want to come back to the next stream and we can delve into it, we can do some research, we can Google some stuff, and try and find some more information about it. It may be that there's a really unpleasant side to the liberal community that doesn't see the light of day very often that we can uncover some information about, and that would be a very interesting subject to dig into for a stream. So maybe we should look at that for the Friday stream if you plan on coming back. So if you return and you bring this up again, we can integrate that into the show's content for the night. So you let me know if you're around, and if you still want to dig into it, we can do that. So in the meantime, let me go over here and see if we can find a good place to raid tonight. Let's take a look. I want to raid somebody a little smaller tonight. Who's actually around? Let's open a new Twitch account window here and see who is around that might be a good person to raid. I would normally think about doing a political raid, but maybe I'll do something more for the entertainment value for those who are here and go a little bit differently. There is a streamer that I have watched several times in the past who is often talks about politics and philosophy, but will do so while hula hoop dancing, which is freaking amazing if you've never seen it. So that's, I think, is what we're going to do. We'll do this, and in the meantime, looks like she's live, so perfect. And we'll do that. So thank you again for being here. I will be back again on Friday night, and I look forward to seeing you all. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening.